I said no to being a surrogate for my sister-in-law, so she turned the entire family against me. Now, my husband is divorcing me over a lie. I, a 29-year-old female, was recently diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which has turned my life upside down. I have had to stop working and have ceased doing many of my favorite activities. I now depend on my husband, Alex, a 31-year-old male, for everything. He has so much love and support for me, and I've tried to stay positive through the pain. Alex works 60-hour weeks to pay the bills and medical expenses since I can't. We have very different ideas about family. For me, family is my biological family and literally no one else. For him, it is everyone: his parents, aunts, cousins, and even random friends. His family is very close-knit, which I did not know when Alex and I started dating. I got pregnant a few months into our relationship. Getting an abortion was not an option for him, so I decided to have the baby. When I was almost 8 months along, I ended up in the ER with a seizure due to undiagnosed preeclampsia. My son was delivered and did spend time in the NICU. I almost died due to a bleed. Alex decided to propose in the hospital. While that was romantic, I would have loved a real proposal later on. My son was my only concern. I think it was kind of an overreaction to propose, but it did lead to us getting married in spite of ourselves, as his family paid for the wedding. There were a ton of people I didn't care about invited, but not my family. We have had other issues that have heavily strained our marriage. One of these issues is that I like to be alone, or at least with my comforts like my 2 dogs when I'm having a flare. Alex's solution is to hound me with questions and be constantly near. I appreciate the effort, but it makes it so much worse. His family is 100 times worse and lets themselves in. His kind yet clueless mother recently found out about my fibromyalgia and thinks a child could cure me. She has been begging to let her pregnant daughter, Emily, move in with us for the duration of her pregnancy, since it is risky. I told her no, she won't be able to handle my flares, and no one is welcome in our home without express permission. I'm still furious that she almost stole the birth of Emily's child from me. She had gone behind my back and spoken to landlords about rent by the week. Alex ended up getting angry at me for not agreeing. I called him out on it, especially since he was the one who proposed in the hospital. He said that was years ago, and this is now. I was moved into the guest room. He won't stop arguing with me about how it would be good for the whole family if I let Emily live here. He apparently told Emily about my fibromyalgia, and now she wants me to be her surrogate. I lost it and told them all no. Emily sent me a picture of the baby and said I wouldn't have to raise it, just carry it and be there. She literally thinks I can just shut off my health issues, and the family believes that if I just do it, I would be better. I had been silent for almost a week while Alex and his mom begged me to just say yes. I finally lost it yesterday. I had a flare the day before and was still in a lot of pain. Alex had just finished telling me it would be no issue, just a little discomfort, and I broke. I lost my temper and told him to imagine the worst pain of his life and having to live with it constantly on top of what he's already feeling. I told him I don't ever want to be pregnant again. Just carrying my son hurt, and I had to stop working early because I risked going into labor due to the amount of pain I was in. He thinks we are having another child because of his mother. I love Alex and don't want my family to break apart because of this. I'm honestly so tired of feeling like a burden to him. Update: I, a 29-year-old female, originally posted about my mother-in-law and sister-in-law trying to pressure me to let Emily live with us and be a surrogate. I posted in this sub, but I realized it doesn't allow links to a partner's post, so here's a summary. I was recently diagnosed with fibromyalgia, and my husband, Alex, has been disputing my refusal to let Emily live here, while his mother has been pressuring me. Alex is also accusing me of not wanting more kids due to the chronic pain and medical issues I've had since my son. I snapped and told him about how living with constant pain has 1,000 effects he doesn't realize. I told him it's like being kicked in the stomach every day, and every hour the force gets stronger. He just got angry and asked if I think he'll leave me because of this. I told him that if he does, he shouldn't leave someone for something outside their control. I expressed that I couldn't do this anymore. I feel so unloved and unvalued in this marriage. He got upset and wanted me to be specific. He said I was being dramatic and that my pain couldn't be that bad. I tried to explain it to him, and I broke down because it hurts. It's impacted our lives in so many negative ways, and I don't need the pregnancy. I didn't know what else to do. He apologized and came to lay in bed with me. I asked him if he wanted to cuddle on the couch, but he needed to sleep in the bed. He reluctantly agreed but went back to sleep in the middle of the night. He has asthma and didn't bring his inhaler into the bedroom. I don't know if I overreacted. He texted me that he was going into work late to talk. This is not the first time we have found ourselves on bad ground. We have had constant arguments over his family letting themselves into our house and my health issues. I care a lot about my family, his family, and my friends. But right now, the only family that matters is myself, my son, and of course Alex. However, he seems to care more about what his family thinks than about what actually happens. Update 2: I don't know if this whole thing was the last straw, but it was something. Alex told his family about the breakup. They accused me of sabotaging myself because his aunt asked to lend me money a few days ago. I responded that having less medical debt was a goal of mine and that we could work something out. Alex outright banned any further discussion about money or my medical situation. Other things that happened: his mom asked every week if Emily could move in. She thought I was being a little dramatic over my flares. My son started school, and they let him come over weekly. She wanted Emily to ask me to be a surrogate the day she found out she was pregnant. I had to remind everyone I was pregnant another time and that I was not going to have more kids right now. Emily is a sister-in-law in the biologically related sense. She has directly told people my health is better now. I just don't want more kids. He spent time with a cousin, his dad, and his mom, all saying if I cared about him or family, I'd do this, it would not go. I keep trying to communicate, but he doesn't listen. He either shuts sensitive conversations down or storms off. 1,000 times I have repeated that it hurts. It's not just discomfort. Carrying my son hurt. The pain will be worse, and who is caring for the child I just gave birth to? Emily and his mom have accused me of being selfish and bitterly in denial. I have gotten lazy. His family thinks Emily should get everything I had. I hated how shallow my son was treated. He was a trophy baby for a kind of status and nothing more. I accused Emily of trying to replace my son with another baby. I told her she didn't even care about me or the health of her child, she just wanted to have one. I think I'm done, but this relationship has so much history and trauma that it's hard right now to end it. I asked him to calm down and think aside from his family, and he went into a shutdown mode. I brought up counseling and he was for it, but then accused me of declaiming his family again. The issue is he values their view of me more than I value their view of myself. In any other situation, the idea of family should come first, and it does with everything but his mother right now. I need a breather to clear my head. Right now, it just feels like Alex wants to sleep beside me until I'm crying myself to sleep. Foot update: I, a 29-year-old female, originally posted about my mother-in-law and sister-in-law trying to pressure me to let Emily live with us and to be a surrogate. My husband Alex and I had a conversation about how I feel unloved in our marriage. He accused me of using my pregnancy struggles as an excuse for everything: my reluctance to have more kids, my health issues now, and the financial burden. He kept quoting a deceptive number, thinking I could suddenly afford to help with bills. I snapped again because I truly don't know how much longer I can go like this. I debated asking Alex to go live with a family member for a few weeks. I can't do this to my son. Alex begged to talk, and he apologized for shutting down. He kept saying he misheard me, and that I'll always be his first choice. A lot of fallout has happened since, which he blames me for, claiming I'm relying on outside help. His family refuses to pay to help us. I do get weekly food stamps and medical assistance. His mom criticized that and accused me of not accepting her gracious help. I told him to stop apologizing and to get it through his skull. When I'm in pain, I need silence. Well, not because I'm angry or upset, but because I'm in debilitating pain. I told him that warmth and company or silence sounds nice when I'm not like I am. My mom sold my childhood home to fund her new life. Now, she wants my help getting it back by winning me over with monthly trips to Disneyland. but she has forgotten all the abuse I suffered as a child to leave my father. I never expected to meet my mother like I did not too long ago. She didn't flatter me to pull her things out of Rita Dallas, but she needed my help. With that need, she wanted me to oversee something for her. I told her that if she needed my help, then she should have come herself instead of sending her new husband my way. The way she left me to be with strangers is unfit for a mother from the moment I came into existence. My mother didn't waste her time with my father. She skipped having me and went on to have my elder sister a month after the wedding, when I was just 2 weeks old. She wanted more time with me since I was her firstborn. I said yes to her because that was better than being 10 years old. That's as much time as my mother spent with me before she finally decided to leave my dad. I don't know why she wanted to leave with me from the time they split up. My dad had bought me an Xbox 360 when it was new, so I would be in my dad's room playing with it, except for Mondays and Tuesdays when he had to treat me. My mother was free to visit me there, but she never did. I had had enough of playing my game. My father had to take a picture of me holding the controller and send it to her because she wanted to see my pictures. I didn't want to leave the house because it was my home. Seeing me all sad and grumpy, my father eventually turned over the custody rights to my mother and started a life with a second wife. Once my bet too had all been made, things began to happen. It happened that my stepdad emailed my father about my grievances, which is why my mother had to come see me. It didn't mean anything to me because if she loved me so much, she was supposed to be with me and not sending messages to my dad. They had been in touch for a long time, and if they really felt that the divorce settlement was unfair to my dad and wanted to resolve it, my father had expressed to me that whenever my mother wanted to leave or take me, he would leave it to me. If I wanted to go with her, I could have, but I didn't have the kind of relationship with my mother that would allow me to just walk up to her. A woman whom you thought had grown out of her body, talking to you like you were loud within your house and surrounded by so many people. That's how it felt for me with my mother. Something I learned from my childhood is to observe and remain silent. If I said anything, I would end up with a wooden stick, a broom, a hanger, or anything that could break things up. You may think it's easy to report your parents, but that's not how it works in my culture. You can't leave your parents' house without being independent and making something of yourself. I shouldn't have waited for these people to make me strong. Since I had such a troubled and abusive childhood with sharp edges and painful places, I shouldn't have been told, or rather, I shouldn't have remembered that I was twice tried by my uncle for something that only adults are supposed to know about in a subculture above the age of 5. I feel like I'm going to die without going to therapy because I don't have the means. Forget therapy, I don't even have the money to see a doctor. I slipped away from the house the other day because I was sick and had been sneezed on by my stepdad, who falsely claimed I was lost. I don't know what to do other than stick to my phone and waste my time, which is why I'm here telling the story about how my mother came to invite me to her wedding. That's how she left me. I left the wedding invitation paper and threw it in the trash. Then she left me alone for the rest of my life. A day before my 30th birthday, my stepdad showed up to tell me that just because she married him, it didn't mean she had forgotten about me. She wanted to have a naked birthday party with me and my sister, and then they gifted me a nude picture of my mom. Maybe that was a dirty thing to do with my mother. Maybe that's how I ended up in these situations. I asked for a picture of my mother nude. It may have been censored, but that didn't do anything for me other than make me rant and complain. They said they were counting on me to be the first to arrive on the day of the planned birthday. It would be an honor for them. It was an honor for me to have those people by my side and have my dad there for me. Maybe it wasn't shocking enough. The people I had cursed out my stepdad and the racist relatives of my sister were so shocked and didn't ask for me to return to their house, even though I left the party. After they announced some news about me, I said something bad to my stepdad, and he got mad. That was all I could do. My stepfather's new wife, whose handsome brother is going to be my husband, was sad about it because she was trying to fix things. She sent me pictures on my birthday, and they looked old. I thought she had finally reunited with my sister. What was there to be unhappy about? She was sending me pictures, so I told her that if I were my real mom, I would suck it up and leave the fate of my loser life to chance because I didn't know what to do with the pictures. I could just delete them. I asked her to send me an uncompressed size of the same photo, hoping it would look better or bigger. Maybe I would make out the younger version of my mom, and then suck my thumb too, because my mom is in a place where she can't hear me. I broke down. My devout husband confessed to secretly partying while I was out of town, drinking excessively and contracting an STD. Now he's blaming it all on me. I'm a 37-year-old woman, and my husband, whom I'll refer to as Don, is a 39-year-old man. I have been married to Don for the past 14 years, and we have a wonderful teenage daughter named Emma. Don is a devout churchgoer, and both of us were raised to be deeply rooted in our faith. Faith has always been an essential aspect of our lives. Before I tell you what happened, I need to explain our history. Don and I met when we were kids through our respective families. Our parents have been friends for a long time. However, it wasn't until our sophomore year of high school that we truly connected and fell in love. Just a week before we began college, I discovered that I was pregnant, which was unexpected for both of us. Our parents suggested that we get married immediately to do the right thing. However, we frequently discussed whether we should proceed with it since neither of us felt prepared for marriage, especially with a baby on the way. Ideally, we would have preferred to wait a few years until we both completed college and settled into our careers before starting a family. But at that point, getting married felt like the only responsible option. We found ourselves in a situation where not marrying would disappoint our families. So, out of politeness, we married and had our daughter. While the initial few years were challenging, we eventually adapted and grew to love each other with all our hearts. The first few years of marriage were truly tough. With a newborn at home, I was exhausted physically and mentally, but I was happy to have Dawn by my side supporting me through everything. I can't say that being married in such circumstances was easy, but we made it work, and over the years we found ourselves genuinely in love, with a strong and close-knit family. Ever since Emma turned 10, both Dawn and I have occasionally taken time off from work to reflect on our youth. We use these days to do all the things we couldn't do back then along with our daughter. We might go to a club promenade, go bar hopping, and fill our social media stories with our adventures. Since it's a family tradition, we also inform Emma in advance about what we'll be up to. Emma never disagrees because she loves it when we dress cool and party together in front of her. However, this past week, I had to stay out of town for an important conference that lasted 4 days from Monday to Thursday. I worked hard to impress my superiors at the conference, and when I returned Friday morning, I already had plans with Emma. We had a road trip scheduled and would be back Saturday evening. From Sunday to Wednesday, Dawn stayed at home and Sally worked remotely. On Thursdays, since she had no plans, she went to visit her parents and stayed over for the night. I assumed that's all that happened, as Dawn had never given me any reason to feel otherwise. As soon as I returned Friday morning, I woke Sally up and we set off on our trip. When we returned home on Saturday evening, I expected to hear about everything they had talked about and more. But as soon as we got home, I noticed Dawn seemed a bit more affectionate but also burnt out. I thought it was no big deal at the time because honestly, what really bothered me was the upcoming Monday. The following week was going to be crazy hectic at work. I didn't have enough time to attend to all the work piled up on me. Even when I started to talk about our weekend, Don interrupted me and said, "I don't want to listen to any of it." He said it so bluntly that for a second, I was shocked, but then I laughed it off because I thought, okay, it seems like we're under some kind of stress here. After that, both Emma and I went to our room without much fuss. Since it had been a tiring day, we pretty much collapsed into our beds at 10 p.m. However, my sleep didn't last long. Around midnight, I found Dawn in my room, which was weird. It was 10:30 in the evening, and I was about to hit the bed when Dawn knocked on it and whispered that he needed to talk to me. He told me that he had been waiting for us to arrive home but couldn't wait any longer. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, arms wide apart, and a big smile on his face. I immediately felt exhausted because honestly, he looked drunk to me. So I woke Emma up and made her sit with me. Dawn sighed and told us that when he was alone at home, he did many things that didn't sound like a big deal to me because we are both adults. There was no way he hadn't cleaned his cupboard from top to bottom or organized every inch of his room, so I wasn't interested in all of it. But the next thing he said shocked me. He sat on my bed, looked at me, and said, "I don't want to shock you." Emma held my hand tightly, and right after that, he confessed. I went to my first bar in town on Tuesday for a drink with a few colleagues. I ordered one drink and realized it hardly was enough. I wanted to have a free refill, have shots, dance, and more, so I did. In seconds, he told me that he drank so much tequila in just a few shots, quintuple shots. Personally, that sounds ridiculous to me because one quintuple shot is equal to 5 regular shots. Why would anyone foolishly do such things? Don rambled that he wasn't able to drink 5 times, so he drank 30 until he actually did it. That surprised me, and I couldn't help but laugh it off. I lost control of my laughter, and Emma laughed with me, almost rolling on the floor. After that, he told us he went even further and picked up some party accessories, admitting he had no excuses. I just wanted to do anything but what I usually do at the bar. You know what happens with those accessories, he said. Emma and I rolled with laughter. Don doubled over, holding his stomach, his head resting between his knees and elbows. Emma hushed me, saying, "Just let him speak. Maybe he's going to reveal something he feels really guilty about." So I controlled my laughter and anger and said, "Okay, moving on." We would be at the edge of the bed now. He really looked guilty, then let out a sigh, took a huge pause, and slowly whispered to me. I saw some girls snuggling and it was shaded, inserting mullet stuff. He then covered his face with both hands, which was a total mood killer. What the heck was he talking about? I looked at Emma, and we were both astounded. In a mix of temper and disbelief, I said, "Are you telling us that you did those things because it was on your mind? You considered doing those things at the bar?" Don looked secretive, not cool with how he was feeling right now. I was furious. I got out of my bed and realized I couldn't endure this anymore. This confrontation was crazy. Suddenly, before I could open my mouth, Don straightened up and added, "I keep seeing those girls every single day at work. I even went out for lunch and bar hopped after work with them." Now I noted he told us that he couldn't stop seeing those girls. They seemed obvious in their interest in him. I couldn't understand how he felt like a handsome middle-aged man. He shared that there were many such girls in college, but one girl, Samantha, always chased him, dressing to impress with her long, chipped red nails, sounding like very nasty business. This guy had the audacity to talk about college. He blurted that one of his classmates once chased him 14 years back during a group presentation. Seeing the ladies look disgusted, the thought chilled me. How did you get naked on the Tuesday floor? I thought. I assumed he must be confessing about a misunderstanding, but how the hell had he thought it was okay? I was furious when he told me he was guilty, and that a girl slid under his desk to pick up a pen. I felt so jealous and feministic at that moment, wanting to expose him in the church the following Sunday. Lastly, one of those girls, he explained, slipped between his legs and wanted him to touch her intimately. Why the hell was he even telling me all this in such detail? I found his ramblings absurd and overwhelming. He continued to share stories of outrageous things he did with those girls. Emma stood aghast, covering her mouth with both hands. What was wrong with him? It was as if his morality had vanished entirely. Ultimately, I felt dirty and skeevy, horrified by everything he confessed. I grasped how deeply troubled my husband had become, and the weight of his actions hung heavily in the air as we stared at each other in stunned silence. I hope you get the gist of what happened that night. It was a whirlwind of emotions and admissions that I still can't fully process. My best friend left her toddler with me. Now she's back and wants her child returned, but I don't think it's safe. 6 years ago, my best friend had a baby, and I won't lie, it made our friendship pretty odd. She changed completely. Her whole life became about her baby, and she started ignoring most of our hangouts because her husband couldn't handle the baby when she wasn't home. That was fair. It was indeed her job. However, one day she came running to me, asking me to take care of her child for a few days as she had to go on this business trip, and her husband could not take leave. I don't know why I agreed to this, but I did, maybe because I thought it would be good for the two of us to spend some time together. She started sending the baby over to my place. Initially, I welcomed it, but soon I realized that it was not in my favor. She sent the girl home with only her in a bag, and it was up to me to buy all the things that the baby would need. She would send money back to me, but on one hand I was paying for her expenses in my house, while on the other hand, I was also taking care of her baby all day. By the end of the day, I'd be too exhausted, and I would barely have any energy left to go to work. However, the other option was to send the baby home, and I was not even sure if I would get my best friend back once the baby started going to school. Maybe every single child event would prevent her from coming back, just like this business trip did. It was all very complicated. I was slightly out of place among the 4 of us friends. 3 of us were married, but I was the only one without a child. None of the 3 mothers would help me with anything. I don't mind taking care of the child, but I didn't understand why they had such a division. If they could take care of each other's kids, why didn't I get any help? Recently, around 3 months ago, one of the mothers broke up with her husband, and she and her daughter were living with me. She threw a fit one day, accusing me of playing favorites with my kid. But I don't play favorites because I don't have a kid of my own. They became so upset after that incident that they thought I had taken sides with the other mother. Yesterday, my best friend told me that she was hoping to finally get back to us. However, she also wanted the baby home. Am I wrong for refusing? My parents, friends, and even my boyfriend, who was almost on the verge of breaking up with me after all this time, are asking me to look after the baby, saying that the baby is my responsibility now. But he'll be just one weird kid who only calls me mom and identifies me as his mom, regardless of who else is around. Please help me out. What if she accuses me of kidnapping and sends the authorities after me? Should I leave and run away with the child? Update 1. I replied to her message 30 minutes ago, explaining my position, and then one of the other moms in the group replied to her. I don't know why I am so stupid, but I just wanted to maintain my warm, friendly relationships with everyone. I knew that 3 of these mothers never helped me out with anything. No matter how much I did for their kids, I shouldn't have thought they would help me with this matter, but I really didn't want to part with the baby. So when one of the other moms, replied to my friend's message, it was obvious that she was going against me. I wanted to text her privately and ask her not to say anything, maybe even to delete it, but I didn't know. Maybe I am stupid. I wanted to show them that I could go against my best friend to protect the kids, and I also wanted to unite them once again so they could help me out. However, things are not going exactly as I planned. H replied, thanks for the update. I guess you finally got the chance to take a break from your job of being a good mother. I just hope that baby doesn't come between our friendship like his daughter. Don't get me wrong, my daughter loves her kid, but sometimes it's just irritating listening to someone else's kid call you mom. Perfectly said. When I read that, I thought this would stir them up. I wouldn't have to say anything, and they would just help me out. There would be unity among all of us. However, the reply that came afterward made my blood boil. My best friend replied to her saying, oh, no worries, I've done everything HR legally possible to ensure that nothing comes between our friendship. It was not meant to be a good mother. H replied, I know that for a fact. I'd never done anything to test our friendship. My best friend said, LOL. Right. See you both at playdates. By the way, I'm tired of everyone asking us moms to help with the kid. Meanwhile, I will release the details about my trip once I get on the flight tomorrow morning. I thought she would have it easier as her comment was only an eyes emoji. But no, she replied, hey, I completely understand. It's only natural since she chose to bring a kid into her life. Things will be like that with her. There must be some responsibility. H replied, you don't have to feel guilty about something that was never your responsibility. And she's the dumbass for thinking these other moms would have her back. Poor on her part, but yeah, what can you expect from people when we are adults? But as kids, we need to make sure her kid and our needs come first. I'll see you at playdates. Edit, I somehow deleted my first post, and I can't bring it back. Anyway, I'm taking many of your advice and going the legal route, though I'm scared of social services. My parents are boomerish types. Despite the fact that I still live with them, I won't be completely safe. They might actually inform my friends if I tell them anything. I surely can't rely on any of these mothers for help. I don't know about H and her daughter. They are bound to annoy me even though I don't complain. Update 2. I took one of your advice and took the baby and ran away on the pretext of going to my mother's home, which was a stupid idea in the first place, since I had already told them I was going on a one-day trip and I wouldn't be home to look after the kids. So stupid. They didn't have the slightest clue where I was. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even think that through. I was figuring out my next move and resting when I got a call from my best friend. She randomly talked to me for 15 minutes, asking me over and over again where I was, but I didn't reveal anything. I told her I was on my way home and she would get home to find me. She said, "Okay, someone will be waiting for me at home, but I don't know who that is." I was too scared. It didn't take me long to find a bus ticket and get out of the city. I know it probably won't be this easy to run away, but it gives me some time to collect my thoughts in this moment of panic. I told my boyfriend about this. He supported me, saying I did the right thing. Now he has also left the apartment that we were living in. I don't know what to do. The authorities will figure out that I ran away sooner or later, and their first stop will obviously be my parents' house. Mom and Dad told me that they can't be a part of this, but I can't leave my 3-year-old alone to fend for herself. What should I do? Stay in a shelter? My boyfriend was asking me if I would be willing to marry him now, but I don't want to, as I don't know what's going to happen with all this. God, I'm 30 years old and still stupid enough to put myself in these situations. Update 3. Hello everyone. I thank every one of you for caring. We are still on the run, so to speak, but I found cheap hotel accommodation near my office. My boyfriend and I were both looking for alternative housing since running away from my parents was also not an option, and I didn't want to hassle them too much. As many of you are saying, social services don't mess around. They will take away my parents merely for letting a child live at their home with the bad reputation they have. Quick backstory: my parents never made it a secret to me that I was a disappointment to them, mostly for not having children, but also for failing to marry anyone. I don't know much about his parents, but he says they are on his side and can help. My parents, on the other hand, are practically forcing me to text my friends and handed me the phone. Mom literally asked me what is so embarrassing about being the mother of this child. She had the audacity to ask me why I am so adamant about not being with my best friend. I saw many comments saying that I should talk to my parents before running away. I don't know if they are really called parents. Also, I tried to call shelters, but they refused to take us in because there is a man with us. My boyfriend doesn't want to leave. He says it's only fair he stays with me and the baby, because he is her father now. But I don't know if we can sustain ourselves in a hotel for much longer. The shoes we wore are literally our work shoes, and we are taking care of the baby the way we came: infant clothes, no diapers, and running out of formula as well. I made the lawyer contact and met up with him this evening, but he says he can't help if I am an unknown entity. He did tell me that my best friend, her husband, and these other mothers are up to no good. They contacted him to do a background check on me. I will remain in the shadows for a couple of weeks. I don't care if they put an arrest warrant out for me at this point. I'll have to get a better job and tell them about my location, at least for the sake of the baby. My husband just found out the truth about my past, and it's tearing us apart. My trauma was something I had buried for years, but suddenly, it doesn't matter to him. I, 32F, was in an abusive relationship for many years. He got off on inflicting pain on me. He made it a game. I was lucky enough to get out with my life. He is now serving a 10-year prison sentence with only 1 more year left. It will never be enough time. My husband, 35M, and I have been together for 5 years. I am now pregnant, and my ex used this opportunity to get back to me. He called me a few days ago and told me my husband was coming to see him. I didn't believe him at first, but when I confronted my husband, he didn't deny it. I asked why he did it, and he said I needed to face my past. He didn't mean to make me cry, he was helping me. He told my ex about how I used to lash out and lose my temper, but he just bathed my trauma in understanding. He led me to self-destruct before telling me that he could release my ex early in exchange for a favor. I don't recognize who I married anymore. I wanted to bury this trauma and move on with my life, not face it. I don't feel like I did anything to deserve this. I don't know if I want to stay married to him or be a parent to my baby. The worst part is I love my husband dearly. Update: I have separated from my husband. He didn't even try to explain, he said it was true, and started crying and begging me not to leave. I told him I had to think about it. I've changed all my passwords and kicked him out. He is moving in with his sister. She called me to scream and yell at me, but I didn't pick up. I won't be answering anyone related to him when they start calling. I plan on being a single parent. My baby deserves more than whatever bullshit is going on in my life. My husband did try to call my ex again, but it was blocked. My ex-in-laws called and asked if all this was true. Apparently he didn't tell them anything besides that I was going through something. I asked them if they'd support me through therapy DBT, and they agreed. They were horrified by what I went through. My mother started calling again. I think my husband told her. I've not responded yet. I don't know if I will. I am spending time with my in-laws who are still shocked and upset. My husband hasn't tried to contact me again. My therapist says the response I had was common and that my ex should be behind bars forever. I forgot to mention in the original post that I have complex PTSD. It comes with some significant struggles that are very hard to explain to myself, let alone anyone else. This is why my therapist recommended no contact and explained Seligman's work on how trauma can be infinite or cyclical. We are measuring trauma scales and other psychological assessments that can accurately measure my trauma and reactions. We will then be showing my husband what he has done. I don't blame them for anything they didn't know, so they are still visiting me every day. It does give me a strange panic response, though, but they bring food. I will be seeing a divorce lawyer next week. I want to squeeze every penny I can out of my husband. He has a good job, and I want him to pay for pitch-in for health insurance, child support, and education. I will be filing very soon. My older sister has flown in from England to help me with this process. I will be moving into a larger apartment soon. My expenses will be covered to an extent by my husband until the divorce is finalized. I need personal care in the form of acupuncture for my pain, therapy, and antidepressants. Unfortunately, my country does not have paid maternity leave, so I simply take unpaid leave and come back when I need to. Social services asked if I'll try to get full custody, and perhaps I was hasty. My honest answer is I don't know. My ex-in-laws said they would petition for visitation, but I asked them to wait at least 6 months after the divorce. I won't be moving in with them. A college friend from Canada just knows something is wrong, and post-digging gave me this info. She has been amazing and is considering moving here, even just for a year, to help me and become my kid's godmother. I know it's a lot to ask, but she wants to help whoever it is. I'm guessing my husband, who posted online about my past. Fuck you. You know who you are, wider internet. My sister will do most of the talking. Having an accent helps hide my emotions somewhat, so you have that, plus I don't want to talk. I taught my autistic partner how to cook, but it sparked an unexpected obsession with cleanliness. Now my partner was pushing me away, calling me filthy and gross for being untidy. I had to say no to cooking with my pregnant partner, as she accused me of making too much mess and told her relatives that my criminal record made me a dirty person. I found a federal court that gave clean records to sex offenders. I'm hoping to keep my partner and our baby safe from someone's insane quest for cleanliness. Sam, my partner, has autism and a brilliant mind. He can recall any food he's ever eaten and replicate complex recipes after tasting them just once. He excels at math and chess, however. He sometimes struggles with communication and social interactions, especially when stressed. As an aspiring chef, controlling his environment is crucial for him to perform at his best during chaotic dinner rushes. His work environment includes 2 other team members with children, partners, and numerous dogs. In contrast, I'm more spontaneous and creative in the kitchen, even though I enjoy cooking. When I started dating Sam, I let him take the lead in our shared cooking experiences. I noticed he wasn't familiar with basic kitchen tasks, like cutting vegetables or measuring ingredients. I assumed he didn't have much cooking experience, which turned out to be true. He didn't cook at all before we met. He would eat frozen meals from the supermarket. However, I realized his kitchen skills were worse than I thought. I suggested cooking together to improve his skills, help him bond with his co-workers, and understand their home lives, as they'd often reminisce about their experiences with parents or grandparents. I'd also share family recipes. Our cooking sessions were enjoyable, however, I noticed an obsession developing. Every time we cooked, he'd clean the kitchen obsessively before and after. After several sessions, I asked him if this was a form of therapy or something related to his autism. He yelled at me for implying that my mess triggers him. Cleaning became a required task for our cooking time. If I didn't agree to clean the kitchen first, we wouldn't cook together. I didn't mind cleaning the kitchen beforehand and have never had issues with him needing break times to manage his stress. However, his anger over that episode left a lasting impact. He now associates anger with cooking, which we both enjoy and find relaxing. His rigid cleaning schedule affects our home life, causing him to stress in unclean spaces. His co-workers have stopped inviting him to their houses, fearing his critical remarks about their cleaning standards. I frequently clean to support his socialization, but his obsessive need for perfection still isolates him from others. He started micromanaging my cleaning, making me clean the floor after he mops. I'm still having fun, but he doesn't want to cook with me on date nights anymore, finding it too dirty. He uses our cooking nights to sign up for 18-hour shifts at work. If I wish for a clean space to cook with him, he calls me filthy. I find it challenging to communicate my struggles to him without triggering his cleaning issues. He recently brought up setting a schedule for my cleaning habits, not realizing I already clean effectively. I'm considering breaking up since he seems incapable of addressing his cleaning obsession. He's brilliant, kind, and devoted, but his cleanliness obsession has become all-consuming. I've taught him beneficial cooking and life skills, and I'm sad to leave him. There's a part of me that thinks I'm not doing enough for him, but I feel like I'm losing myself. When a married couple throws cooking knives at their guests as a game, what should the guests do? Accept the wild games of your drunk hosts and leave. The guests still had to talk about how wild the drunk hosts were at their birthday party. My friends and I went to a birthday dinner at a gastropub. The birthday boy paid for everything, including dessert. The staff brought out a large cake with a birthday sword. I was kidding when I said birthday people should get to finish off their cake with a sword, as it prevents wastage, and I can bring my birthday camper doll. She said that campers could be burned. However, they treated my joke as a sugar-fueled inspiration and stole a sword from another table. They ceremonially appointed my roommate as a camper, handed her the burned sword, and told her to get started with burning the campers. She said that she'd get started soon and that she would finish it all. I thought it was a joke, and they were just acting wild. Now, the birthday boy put the sword on the table, turned it into a knife by snapping one of its ends, and jokingly suggested they could throw knives as a game and that we should join in. Everyone was high on liquor, and my roommate accepted his invitation. Luckily, she was sober enough not to stab or kill anyone. They did start taking turns to stab and throw knives, even at us guests. I have never had any host-guest relationship that includes stabbing and killing with pieces of equipment. I found it insane, wild, and dangerous for all of us. Why stab your guests who are at your arrangement willingly, and just so happen to be at your birthday celebration? Then, was it my idea or my turn? The guest did take the knife, and some complained about the real-life threats they faced to be friends with the birthday boy. I had to defend my sanity here. The birthday boy is my coworker, and we recently became friends. He's turning 36 2 weeks from now. My roommate pointed out that we should make a birthday penis cake for him. He'll like it. He didn't have any at a previous birthday party. I don't know why, but I agreed. The idea stuck in my head, and I decided to act wild and pennily that day. I messaged a gas station asking for their price on 5 Snickers and 3 gherkins in the shape of a gherkin. We could run in, grab everything, and bring out the cake before dinner. That's exactly what we did. I told the gas station my birthday idea. He asked us to show up early so he wouldn't have to sell to us when other people were present. We arrived, bought everything out, and asked if we could quickly sculpt the cake in their restroom. He said yes, but he needed to sell to some other clients first. We made the cake quickly, being mindful of the guests, and took photos. Then we rushed to the dinner. We presented the cake at the end, after cutting an actual nice cake, and before we sang, we pranked him by farting on his cake to make it collapse. A guest suggested I shop for a ready-made cake, spread some butter on it, and put in the other things without sculpting. Another guest suggested going to a $5 shop and using a fake gherkin instead of spending on it. So Kathy was expecting us to make the easiest and cheapest prank possible. Did we act out like college boys here? Weren't we at someone's birthday where the birthday boy was sober and not using blaring music as a distraction? My sister ruined my wedding, but now she's desperate for my help to conceive. Am I the jerk for refusing to donate my eggs? Everyone. I'm a 30-year-old woman who recently got married. My husband and I had a pretty low-key wedding. Because of restrictions related to the pandemic, we decided to have a virtual wedding ceremony, with only 6 of our friends attending in person. About 3 weeks before the wedding, my sister, who was 28 at the time, informed me that she and her boyfriend had gotten engaged. She wanted to be the first one to have a wedding in the family, and since I was getting married shortly, she wanted me to postpone my wedding. I replied that I couldn't postpone my wedding any further, as my husband was getting transferred in 3 weeks. After his transfer, it would take a few months for me to move. I told her that it was more important for me to have the wedding as planned. She didn't take it well and said a few rude things, like how selfish I was for not caring about family traditions. Apart from this, she ruined my wedding in 2 different ways. First, my sister messaged all our relatives and told them not to attend my wedding, as she was throwing a bigger party and wanted them to come for her wedding instead. She called my wedding a dry run for her actual wedding and said that she was going to announce her wedding soon. Secondly, she showed up at my wedding venue with her entourage and demanded that I postpone my wedding. Family and friends pressured me to accommodate her request, but I refused to delay my wedding, even though we didn't have the minimum number of people required for legal recognition. Since it was virtual and only 6 people were attending in person, I told my sister that we would get legally married in the manner I had planned and that I would have the customary wedding later with more people. Still, she refused to back down and told everybody else that my wedding was fake and that I should delay it and have a real one with everyone present. Some of my family and friends started telling me to show some empathy toward my sister and said that it was wrong of me to have a private ceremony without caring about my sister's wishes. I was really annoyed at everybody. I just walked away from the venue and went to the nearby park, where I spent the next few hours cooling off. My husband understood what I was going through, and he didn't pressure me to do anything. He took a cab to the park to talk with me and said that no matter what anybody else said, he knew that our wedding was as real as his love for me was. While I was at the park, my sister came to me and said that if I couldn't delay my wedding, she wanted me to send her the vows that I had made to exchange during the wedding ceremony. She wanted to use those vows in her wedding to show the universe how connected we were as sisters and how our lives synchronized at all stages. I went into a rage at this request. I told her that if she wanted to have me as one of her bridesmaids, she needed to issue a public apology and reaffirm that my wedding was real. For refusing to do that, she publicly humiliated and insulted us. My sister said no, and as part of her wedding, she would get an imitation of the vows I had given her made of fake leaves and find them in a ritual where they burned as a sign of her distance from her fake sister. For some more context, during the time of her refusal for us to attend my wedding, she called it unimportant. During the week of her wedding, she would burn the imitation vows where she was supposed to recite them, and said that would show how unimportant our relationship was since she had other, more important vows. Very quickly, the situation escalated, and she stated that, unless I postponed my wedding, she wouldn't invite me or allow me to attend her wedding. She would post on social media all lies about my wedding and how it happened because of my fake wedding. She walked away, leaving me to attend to my friends who were hounding me to apologize and have a proper wedding. That's it. My husband and I took a cab to the courthouse and stood in front of a judge, legally exchanged vows with each other, without any audience or rings. I had thought that would be it. We would have our reception later to celebrate our union with our family and friends. When we broke the news to everybody via social media, our post was met with mixed reactions. While everybody else posted congratulations and loving comments, my sister made sure to spam the comment section, questioning the validity of our legal marriage and putting distance between us, and she did it very publicly. So we went ahead and blocked her and her husband for making unpublic comments. But we made it very clear that unless we got a proper ceremonial wedding and they recognized our marriage, we wouldn't be giving her a wedding gift. Unfortunately, things turned out to be more unfair to us. 3 days after our personal wedding ceremony, the state we lived in announced that there would be no more restrictions. They allowed all weddings and wedding receptions to go as they were before the pandemic restrictions, as though the pandemic never happened. So as soon as the announcement was made, my husband and I immediately messaged everybody who had been rude towards us, asking whether we could at least hold a proper reception. All our friends and family who had given us trouble showed up for the event, which was organized at our own expense. Most of our guests had even given us money as wedding gifts, which we returned. All our guests, save for one, my sister, who showed up for her special day. My sister didn't show up. Instead, she shared social media posts and videos of her wedding that she spent all her savings on. She made sure to emphasize how much money she spent, and how she personalized each event to reflect her values, and how everything turned out so much better when she had everything she wanted at her fake wedding but didn't show up for mine. She also ensured that people only had positive things to say about her lavish wedding while criticizing mine as fake and a dry run for our ceremonial wedding. At the reception, there was a huge banner announcing my sister's wedding, mentioning how my husband's and my wedding reception coincided with it, just to demonstrate how uninnocent and useless our wedding was, as super celebrities attended my sister's wedding to show how much they cared. The large wedding gift for her was good enough to pay back the money my husband and I had spent on our wedding reception. For every wedding gift item we had brought with us, my husband and I couldn't help but feel bitter about how everything was turning out. It didn't help that everyone else was gushing over my sister's extravagant wedding and their eagerness to introduce her, which sounded like a short script of a movie. It just reminded me of how much priority my sister was given all the time over me, with other people commenting on how precious and materialistic my sister looked in her diamond-studded linga, which was worth 3 times as much as mine, as she repeated vows she had made on handmade leaves that her maid of honor had made larger and shaped like the leaves of a burning tree. It was so hollow. Although, after the reception, when my husband and I got back home, despite all the money we had and the gifts we had received, we felt so mentally and emotionally drained, and we could barely sleep that night. The next day, the first thing that showed up in our mail was a very long and sweet message for my sister asking us to be among her bridesmaids for her next 2 weddings. Yes, she apparently wanted 2 more weddings because of how loved she was by her husband. He announced that to show how much he loved her, he wanted to celebrate her 2 more times. So one of the weddings would be an ecological and anthropological wedding with only vegan food and eco-friendly resources. She wanted it to be a destination wedding and required us to pitch in. The other wedding was a very rich and charitable one, where she expected every guest to wear custom-made attire that was designed to support her charity organization's goals. Most importantly of all, she commented on how beautiful my lenga had been at my reception and complimented me on how dainty the hands were in my outfit. She had made an excellent maid of honor, did wonderful things for every guest, and made keepsakes for everyone involved with her upcoming 2 weddings. At this point, I lost it and just went ahead and reminded her how busy she made everybody at her previous wedding with the burning leaves. She had her maid of honor secure as burnt offerings. I stated that if she invited me to 1 more of her weddings, I wouldn't attend them because supporting my ethical choices was more important than her expensive and meaningless traditions. She took this personally and burned all her keepsakes, and my sister and her husband blocked me on every platform for my supposed bad chemistry with ethics. I was raised to value sincere efforts in friendship, and she was as much my sister as she was an honest pledge. Am I the jerk for dodging my sister's request to borrow my eggs? Update 1. I posted last Thursday and decided to create a poll to see whether I was in the wrong for dodging my sister's request to borrow my eggs. The first update, my sister is very upset that I'm not helping her get what she wants. Update 2. Just over a week after my post, my friend reached out to me for help. She was having difficulty conceiving a child with her husband, so she asked me if she could borrow my eggs. I told her yes, and we are in the process of working out the details. I am very happy about this. My husband, who is also my co-signer, is helping me make the arrangements. Update 3. Unfortunately, my friend was not successful in conceiving a child with her husband using my eggs. I'm still willing to help more of my friends with better success rates if any approach me, Update 4. My sister was really upset. She sent me a bunch of messages questioning why she couldn't understand why I helped my friend but was unwilling to help her. In one of them, she even questioned whether this was an expression of my feelings toward her. Not once in her emails did she apologize for her behavior and the way she acted toward me. Update 5. Sometime between my sister reaching out to me, my mom contacted me to ask me to help my sister in her endeavor. I told her that I was already aware of the situation and had made my feelings and opinions on it perfectly clear, and then I wished my mom goodbye. Mom kicked me out for her new family, but now she needs money from me for college. I, 21F, grew up thinking I had a perfect family for the first 8 years of my life. Mom and Dad who were very much in love with each other, and 2 very cute siblings, a brother, now 22M, and a sister, now 19F. Then one day my mom decided she was no longer in love with my dad and wanted a divorce. I begged her not to break our family apart, but to her, I was just a little kid she could ignore and get over. Post-divorce, my mom took us away on a vacation while my dad left for work. We went to a different state and checked into a hotel. We spent a few days traveling around before I realized we weren't going home. When I called my mom out on it, she finally confessed that she had wanted a divorce for the longest time and was now going to live with her new boyfriend, stepping all over my dad to keep him down. From what I learned later, she'd been cheating on him since our brother was born and covered it up with a few hurtful lies. When she'd finally met that boyfriend, my current stepdad, she didn't even bother trying to hide it from my dad anymore. She didn't particularly like him. She just enjoyed how miserable he made my dad, so she hung on to him as the perfect extra. Luckily, my dad found out about everything my mother had been up to, leaving them with no option to continue business together, and they had to separate. She kept us kids on purpose to inflict more pain on him. She thought it would be the cherry on top to date another guy in front of him while I still lived with him and leave him for her ex's best friend right in front of him, so he could endure both injuries at once. It was an excruciating time for my dad, and while he wanted to file a case against his friend, he didn't want custody over us. He thought it would be better for us to grow up with a mother, and that my mom would soon come to her senses and let him have us. But my mother had no intention of ever letting my dad win. She cheated him in irrational ways until she and her new boyfriend eventually got married, and she became a mother of 2 boys, my younger half-brothers, now 7M and 4M. I unduly cared for them for most of my teenage years. Now my mom is divorced again and on her way to becoming a mother to another child. She stole his girlfriend right from under his nose. I am so happy for him. He deserves far better. But she keeps reaching out to me, always needing favors, like watching the younger ones in exchange for a good amount of money, of course. I could list many of those times, but I don't see any point in wasting energy even thinking about them. To cut to the chase, she failed to pay me over the holidays, and I blocked her on all social media, my phone, and my private account so she wouldn't pester me. However, the issue is not that petty, because the money she didn't pay me was from my dad, and it was a lot. He somehow finally got over that miser who kept stepping all over him, got himself a good life going in another state, but now he is in a tough spot and is footing the bill for a bunch of kids he never asked to be born. So, 2 days ago I got a text from my mom saying that my dad was in jail because his little girl had accused him of rape and that he was there for the bail I had to pay. The accusation she was blabbering about happened before I was even born. I don't understand why she cares about it now if she truly believes it to be right. It baffles me where all that money could be used. It could probably pay for half my dad's new car. You see, my mom was saying that the ex I hated so much had gotten married to another woman who was a little younger, and she was allegedly the result of that affair. The new wife was kind enough to forgive her husband for forsaking her in the first place and stayed by him through it all. It is her father's money. She learned about American laws mostly through Google, and she also knew that suing him under those conditions was impossible. So, the one method that was left was to get to him through his loved ones, and there's no one he loves more than me. If my accusations hold any merit against him, it could seriously harm his chances of righting his wrongs so far. It could hurt his marriage, his reputation, and at this stage dampen his business prospects. I don't know much about the law and hardly how much it would cost me to get a good lawyer for my dad, but I am not even sure he is asking for money to help him out. She says I must pay up to help him, but he is refusing. At my sister's wedding, the groom confessed his doubts about marrying her during his vows. 2 years ago, my brother-in-law got up at the altar and declared that he wasn't ready to marry my sister. This incited chaos in the venue, but my sister ended up being stronger than I had ever expected. After Ben's public proposal, I thought it was time for me to speak out about the event that might have been the wariest half hour of my life. My sister's wedding happened 2 years ago when my brother-in-law got up at the altar and told everyone that he wasn't ready to marry my sister yet, even though the date had been set. This caused a lot of chaos in the venue, but my sister emerged stronger than I had ever imagined. The event sparked some drama, especially between my parents and my sister, as well as between my sister and my brother, who had been siding with my parents. I thought I should reveal the incident on Facebook, sharing what happened back then, while also orienting myself with the recent happenings in the lives of my sister and my brother-in-law. I observed the uncertainty she battled through and the tenacity she revealed during all the tough times in her life. I thought my audience might like to hear something she had never spoken about. My sister sent her Dear Jane letters to everyone whose invitation card she had issued, as she wanted her loved ones to be present at her wedding but didn't want to talk to anyone before the ceremony. She believed that what she had undergone 2 years ago was something that belonged to the past, but I didn't agree. Though her decision to conduct a wedding in secrecy was respected by all, I still thought that my sharing this with my brother-in-law's buddy at our high school party back in 2009 was the primary reason behind the phrase, "Dude, I am not ready to marry you yet," trendy Ben Heffley. So true to character, the rabid rumor mill that accompanies every high school institution would restate the entire event to those in attendance at the wedding of the two today. That's a good headline if anyone wants to publish it. Ben is my brother-in-law's brother, and Ben Heffley is my brother-in-law, known as Trendy Ben. Taking note of the relentless rumor mill that surrounds every high school, I thought people who knew my sister and my brother-in-law must have experienced the rumor that circulated regarding his statement at the altar. To dispel it mostly in my own mind, and partly for the sake of time, I posted the entire incident about what actually happened 2 years back on Facebook. Back then, my sister Mary and my brother-in-law Stephen had been in a relationship for 6 years. Both were in their late 20s but didn't think they could have a wedding in the next year, as that was one thing they were concentrating on. Stephen had been writing a book that he needed to complete before summer, and Mary had already considered thousands of options for the wedding. Since both came from rich and privileged families, price was never an issue. After talking to Mary and Stephen, our parents assured us that they would be truthful and give them the time they needed. There was perhaps a year between the engagement and the wedding, so I wasn't worried when the engagement occurred, as both promised to be faithful to each other. They were such solid companions that I knew no issues would arise between them. We congratulated Mary and Stephen when they told us they were engaged. 2 months later, just 3 weeks before the wedding, our parents informed us that Stephen and my sister had a chat with him and thought it would be better to cancel the wedding, because Stephen was immature and sometimes didn't know what he was doing. This hurt my sister deeply, but Stephen told our parents that it was nothing like that. He expressed that as he was backing away from the wedding, one of his buddies had jumped on it and was also setting up the wedding. Family was taking place in 2 weeks. After stating that was the fastest turnaround time from an engagement setting to a wedding they had ever experienced, even more shocking was that this was the guy whose language frequently conveyed how much he loved Mary and how he couldn't wait to become one family with her. My sister and my parents called, but they remained hostile throughout the conversation. They eventually settled down after Mary blocked them out of her life for the next year, saying she needed some space. For my brother and me, it was more difficult as we were really attached to our parents, as well as to Mary. Even though she was our blood relative, we were focused on spending time together, especially since our parents had claimed that Stephen had let his buddy take over the wedding. 2 months later, a wedding with all the glitz and glamour that Mary had wanted took place, while she wore an old-fashioned cocktail dress instead of a traditional wedding gown. Despite all this, we still appreciated the guy who took it upon himself to bring both families back together. He ensured everything was on track and maintained all the relationships, not wanting personal problems to interfere with any of the ceremonies. He became a friend to everyone, even though we didn't know how gloomy everyone felt inside. Mary and I remained distant as we attended our parents' house only to see my little brother Dale, who was a toddler at the time. He was only 6 months younger than Dale, who had been our focus. I noticed Mary fade away whenever I tried to engage her in conversation during that season. 5 months after the wedding, she reached out to us, despite a year having passed since we were cut off from our parents. She didn't want to spend time with us, but at least wanted to know how we were doing. I invited her over for dinner since I had moved out after she had moved in with Dale. Our parents had raised Dale in our house, and he was such a gregarious person that I found it easy to spend time with him, dividing my attention between school and being at home. There would often be a 9-hour stretch of silence around me, but the time spent with him was so much fun that I hardly noticed anything strange with Dale. Mary told me she would be visiting me over the weekend, but it was almost the end of that Saturday when she finally arrived. When I opened the door, she clamped her eyes shut and didn't need my invitation to move past me into the room where Dale was playing. She opened her eyes only when she reached Dale, her face illuminated with joy as she eagerly hugged him. I didn't mind it. I was glad to see the joy in her eyes. I went to the superstore and returned with only half the things I was supposed to put on the table. She had almost finished making dinner before I could start. Our family gatherings usually took place without me on weekends, as all the guests were familiar by then. That was the day I learned to air the laundry and iron my clothes, realizing I never really desired her presence on such occasions. Dale, who should have been the main topic of our conversation, hardly made any chatter as Mary spoke in long sentences but used only single words, compressing all her thoughts into a few phrases as though she had to restrict her output. Mary told me she had drifted away from me over the years because she thought I was a disappointment to her since I had never concentrated on my studies back in high school and was always focusing on holding on rather than excelling. She believed I had never been serious about my life and had chosen a career in television. This made me feel as though I owed her something, and because of that, she had misunderstood me, even though I had loved her since childhood. When we were immigrants here, it was she who paid for all our essentials while I managed on a budget, leaving me uncertain whether I should be grateful or outraged. But I nodded when she retracted her wish to adopt me, claiming she didn't believe in adoption and wouldn't do to me what our parents had done to her siblings. She was really perturbed by such thoughts. She made significant allegations against our parents, stating that if they weren't opting for adoption, they shouldn't even be having their own biological children, fearing they might soon disown us, or perhaps a baby would come into the mix, leading them to forsake Mary. She wanted none of that and believed she would betray herself and our family members if given the chance. She thought I should cover up the past and keep it hidden, as if it never existed. Mary advised me not to do anything for our parents, and I knew she was right because, just as I was about to open my heart to them, they shouted about how I was blabbering behind their backs and not protecting them from being exposed. I wanted them to be my parents before God and man, but after listening to what Mary said, our conversations, and then reading her Facebook post, I realized she was correct. During my internship, I was given the opportunity to dream by a friend working under the chief news anchor, and after that, I received a promotion. I truly loved what I did, although I was underpaid compared to Miss Mary Heffley, who worked in my shoes on her day off without compensation. I should be grateful to have a job that allowed me to steer my career forward, as slacking had only led to negative outcomes in my personality. I thanked Miss Mary Heffley and moved onward with my own work on my day off, allowing her to work for me as long as she wanted until her payday arrived. But until then, I had no intention of doing anything for my parents, as it felt like pushing a rock uphill. After all, this conflict between my parents and my sister resulted in our not being invited to the wedding, but we didn't care. Whenever we saw or heard about them and discovered everything was going well in their lives, I was relieved. I knew Dale was better off without parents like ours who put him through emotional distress. Besides, that day when we visited our parents for Thanksgiving, and they colored our minds with tales of Mary and Dale, we saw a week-old baby. It wasn't even out of the newborn phase that my mom had just delivered. That's why she was having a newborn, and it was disgusting to see and smell them. So we left after a humongous effort to remain civil, with the three amigos being only us then, the new baby, the yet-to-be-mentioned Dale, and Mary. We didn't even know who we were missing out on. After closing the door behind us, we sighed in unison and forgot about them. Anyway, yesterday we saw Miss Heffley and Mr. Heffley post on Facebook, announcing their wedding. They were dressed in outfits they hadn't shared photos of during the time they were at odds with Mary. I had told my brother not to leave us with Mommy and Daddy, like Mary said the other day. The truth is, our parents had started treating us this way right from the time they had grandchildren. That's what today had in store for my brother and me. Soon, both my brother and I, along with Miss Mary Heffley, would be giving them grandchildren, pushing our kids up against them just as they had done with their first grandchildren. This was probably our nonchalant attitude towards Miss Heffley, Mr. Heffley, and their wedding announcements. We were definitely sure that my brother would soon be married, which he is now, and that's why we are having this fight. It is challenging for me to persuade him to move to the right side. My ex left me days before our wedding. Now, 20 years later, she is back with a teenage daughter, claiming that I am her father. She wants to settle down with me and apologize. I requested a paternity test and will not let them in until it proves either way. I, 42M, was all set to marry my ex Laura, 42F, and on the eve of the wedding, she disappeared. Talk about a 10-second hang-up on what you might call a story. After 20 years, she appeared at my house with a girl around 12 years old and claimed that the girl is mine. Now, she wants to get back with me and live the perfect life I had planned years ago. What kind of life is that when a child learns that her parents met, married, and then ran away? I am just face-palming while typing this. Now, to answer the question of whether I will ever marry Laura again, I was head over heels in love with her. She was my science partner in high school, my first kiss under the stars. Laura was all sunshine and stars for me. She was my heart, and our engagement was of the utmost importance to me. However, as good as all of that sounds, every single one of those feelings vanished in an instant 20 years ago when I was literally left crying on the church altar. Just then, the pastor stated that there was no engagement. How about that? When the door opened, revealing Laura in a yellow dress with a little girl in black leggings and a black t-shirt, my heart literally skipped a beat. The little girl asked, "What is his name now? Will he keep my name or make me change it?" That's kind of cruel to change a name that I have had for so long, right? Also, what position does he play? Can I be just a player? Maybe if he plays football, I can be his shield or something. The little one had so many questions while my jaw probably dropped all the way to the floor. Laura looked at me with so much love in her eyes that it could only make my heart lurch. The girl then chimed in, "Oh, he hasn't turned around yet. Maybe his name is a secret." She started whispering to her mother. I think they desperately tried to make it all seem funny. Still, once the joke was cracked, and I turned around to see those crystal blue eyes staring at me, I was frozen in time. I couldn't shake the echo of that word, daddy, for a long time. I must have mumbled some gibberish because, as you can see, I am a communication expert. I then immediately ran for the dosimeter and much later found Laura sitting on the couch in my living area with a very smitten look on her face, probably because she had heard the whole conversation. To be honest, I do not even know the name of that girl. Maybe it is because I have no business knowing it, as I refuse to believe that she is my daughter. No, let me take another pause. I refuse to even acknowledge that she is my daughter. The reason still exists not just because of the 20 years of being apart and then coming back with whatever nonsense that had no value to me, but because I knew Laura very intimately, if I may say so. From that knowledge, I can conclude that girls do not have children until they are 18, in any way whatsoever. She was never a teenage mother. She always used protection. She made that very clear, and I bet we did, too, on many occasions. So how in the world could any of this be true if that precious little princess really is mine? She cannot be mine, because if she was, there is no way I wouldn't have known about her by now. Anyway, I asked for a DNA test. Right now they were staying in a nearby motel just down the street. Laura's face fell as if I had asked her to choose between me and Ava, as she said, "There are turtles all the way down, right? I mean, if all of this is true, that Laura loved me all along, then when I turned around with the receiver in my hand, she would just be all rainbows and colored smiles, right? But no, Laura looks like someone just shattered her whole life." She simply said, "All right. The results will say enough of whatever bull jive you want to believe," and marched down the hallway to my bedroom to sleep. She followed me and said, "She's your daughter. Do not doubt that." The argument raged on for quite a while. Now they have gone with the boo-boo baby to the vet or whatever. I asked them not to return unless the results, which were to take a very long week, said otherwise. I had to leave them, or I would just kill Laura with my piercing eyes. The problem with these piercing eyes is only something Laura knows. How, you ask? How could she have been pregnant last time, exactly 9 months before she ran away? Simple logic, and I can't believe that everyone believes such logic as showcased in movies and books. I mean, we were the ones who called off the wedding right there in the middle of the aisle. Why would she run away? It would have made sense if I were her husband, but with a tiny baby in her belly. No, wait, that makes no sense. I am just frothing at the mouth thinking about what all she can come up with. If I remember correctly, she found out about her baby just the day after the wedding she ran away from. How was that even possible? It was a trap. I don't even know if the baby is real. I'm not saying Ava is not my daughter. I am just saying that whatever box Laura has come out from, I want to shut it immediately. It's a freaking genie out of the bottle. I received an invitation to my ex-girlfriend's wedding. We broke up a couple of months ago because she cheated on me. She says she had a phase after her father's cancer diagnosis and during her time with her university professor, who helped her with her grief. She claims she hates herself for hurting me, says that despite everything, I'm pure and feels she doesn't deserve me but wants to fix things. She can't imagine living without me and is desperate for forgiveness. Am I the jackass if I try to start over with her? I had been with my ex for the longest time, since before either of us got into university, up until a couple of months ago. We broke up because she said she needed a break. Her father had been diagnosed with cancer, and she ran into the arms of a TA in her program who was much older than either of us. She said it was supposed to be a one-time thing to help her get over the moment, that it was stupid of her. But it turned into an emotional affair that lasted weeks, until she told him she had to end it, and that she had been unfair. I'm not scarred or anything from this, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ever pissed off or bothered by any of it. I blocked her everywhere on social media. She asked me to leave it uncensored so I could see her post, but I wasn't that cool at the time, so everything was blocked. Lately, I've had her number saved on my phone under X, and I had been getting these pings every so often. My DMs surged after a couple of therapy sessions where I managed to get through all those raw emotions and process everything. I wouldn't say I'm over it or fine, but I've matured and worked through our breakup. I thought, okay, I can leave her there if I ever need her, or I can erase her. It was last week, though, when I was looking through my old texts and reminders to wipe her number. I hadn't gotten around to it, or couldn't decide what to do until I received a green text saying I had a package delivered. A couple of minutes later, around 8 p.m., another text came through saying it was a wedding invitation, and she hoped I'd be there. Earlier today, I opened it and was hit right in the gut. I had been sent an invitation to her wedding, because while the proposal might have been up for debate, her bride would be in red, and they would also be making their vows with a bunch of their friends from university who are also in their party. When the second invitation text came through earlier today, I replied, "Hey, I saw the invite, and it's nice, though I saw the OP in most RC wish lists. I wiped stuff, I'll see if I can make it." But I was hit with a barrage of texts like, "Thanks, that means the world to me. I hope you come. I really need you there, and I'll move your seat closer to mine." It's been a while, so I'll see you soon. I can't wait. Another ping came through about her nephew not keeping her and her partner's little secret. Yeah, kind of a buzzkill. They said they'll share with the guests at the end of the ceremony, but they're having a kid. Then there was a request for if there's anything specific the kids can play with. They're fine around me, but not when she talks or introduces new people. After all the texts and her sending me real ads for parents who stop swinging, her last text asked if she could tell her partner that she's sending the number of the guy she can't stop texting yet won't take off her phone. Mind you, these were all after my first reply, and I left my phone down after that. I haven't replied to or sent any new messages. I'm a screw-up, and I'm sure I didn't handle this well when I was angry. There were a lot of things I wanted to tell her when the wound was fresh, and I had things to undo and say to that TA professor. I hadn't found them on any of our social media, either her partner's private, or they weren't in it. I'm going with the latter and taking no action. I don't know. They're happy. It looks like she is. It was weeks after I finally began to heal from the breakup, so I'm better than fine now. I haven't replied, and despite myself, I say I don't want to wipe her from my mind. I want to respond, but she is horrible for what she did. I don't know if I'm bad for having these thoughts. Some part of me owes her this, even though I've been told that if I like what my ex is doing in a romantic or sexual way with anyone, I should just let it pass. I should just move on. Eat it. I went through our shared albums. There were none of her and the professor, though there were a bunch of the time I've interacted with her. They were dated before we were together, and neither of us was in it. I don't remember, though she's talked before about an affair between a colleague and a student in their department, so it's possible she left it, or was friends with the student. She responded and wiped the photo album from her profile. I'm talking to my counselor and going through our scrapbook, which I managed to take with me. All the pictures of her are only strawberries except the one with her partner, or the baby in her hand. Wait. OP. Under another thread, I mentioned her having my number and pings. She was the one pining. I haven't replied to any of it as I do want the silence. I thought if I want, I'll go with the exclusion at the end of the RI with the silence. In another thread, someone asked if I talked to her partner. I haven't messaged or texted them, because I haven't replied to any of her messages. She sent pink roses and deleted posts of her and her partner. Their wedding happened yesterday or the day before. I was at a conference and couldn't make it because my schedule was booked before the invitation. The last time she texted asking how I was, it was a week ago. She's still sending me ads, inbox links, and has wiped her social media of her and her partner. It was all through private messages. I left a long reply saying, "Happy end of summer," which was the last post she had. I archived her wedding pictures and stories. I don't know why they did that or why she keeps sending me DMs since it isn't an interaction. It isn't a reply. I'm still behind on her photos of her and the baby. In another edit, I mentioned avocados. I hate avocados. But she loves them. She means well, but never minded them. Update. Dates got mixed up. Their wedding was mid-September or last weekend. It was nice. They had an open mic after showing a cute little reel of them playing games and chatting in between the ads. They were common friends, but there were a couple of awkward pauses between their guests' interactions, like introducing her partner, but they were minor. She gave a short introduction and her vows during that. They had an avocado-themed cake. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't fun and kind of cool. The atmosphere was welcoming too. I got an apology for all the time I was ignored at the wedding from that text. It was hours long without her pings and stories, just the wedding vibes I was experiencing. By then we were dating and she had moved on. The wedding happened with all their mutual friends I interacted with, and I left a couple of long and short messages wishing her well and thanking her, editing it later. I didn't show any horror or anything at her partner, but there were lots of wandering fingers around and holding hands. However, after that was the first time all week I could unplug and take a breath. I'll get my act together tomorrow. Edit. Happy end of summer. I'm not scarred, but I'll clarify regarding that woman. She opened the floor for anyone to speak. Most were positive things, and only I or one other guest mentioned. It was quick, or it felt only like the past or last couple of years. Not really heated, my response was only about the difference between the two time periods, and she wanted that. There were some longings and gasps at our sharing, with many baby screams and finger gestures happening. Mind you, her kid was sleeping or away from the room a bunch. Sometimes she or her mom were with the baby, but not really paying attention. After years of ignoring me, my sister invited me over and then treated me like the help while leaving me alone with her greedy daughter. I finally snapped back at my sister today. I'm a 28-year-old female with a niece who is 7 years old. The niece is my sister's daughter. I'm not close to them at all, especially not to my sister. When I say I'm not close to them, I mean that I've been purposely kept away from them by my sister and her husband for as long as I can remember. My sister is 7 years older than me. We used to be close when we were kids, but that really ended when I was about 8 years old. My sister, then 15, started her cool teenage lifestyle. She would go out to parties, hang out with her friends, and have guys over at her place. My parents tried to set some ground rules, but my sister was in a rebellious phase and would break all of them. Nothing serious, but there were a couple of incidents, like the time she faked her age on a document to sign up for a dating app and started dating someone 5 years older than her, after which she ran away from home and only came back after a couple of days. My parents tried to get her back by being even more strict, but all it did was push her away. That was how it was during her teenage years. They would frequently have screaming matches, and on many occasions, the cops had to come over to break it up, but nothing serious happened. My sister was pretty much a spoiled brat at the time, and instead of trying to control her, my parents gave up and tried to make the best out of their situation. The best part was that my sister had a lot of freedom, and there was a strict no questions asked policy whenever she wanted something or needed money. She didn't even have to ask my parents. She could just go into their bedroom, take extra cash from the drawer, and be on her way. She was at her worst phase back then, and I felt pretty much invisible in the house, not just with my sister but also with my parents. I guess that was always the case. I've never really been that loud person. You could say that I'm quiet. I'm pretty much a gremlin. I have a face but prefer to hide it. Still, you get the picture. I'm a very socially awkward person. When I was younger, my sister was my parents' favorite. When she hit her rebellious phase, my parents started making up for the lost time with her by ignoring me completely. Maybe they felt they treated her unfairly when she was younger, so they went overboard. I think they were also feeling guilty about how their authority was being challenged by an underage girl who was still living under their roof, while they were also kind enough to give her all the freedom she wanted. So they made it up to her and ignored me. I don't blame her, though. It's not like she chose to be the center of attention. She just happened to be there at the right time, and everyone fell right into it. Also, she didn't know how much our parents were ignoring me to let her do whatever she wanted. She thought that whatever was happening was supposed to happen. She would just take me along with her if she had to go out. I guess that's how we thought we were close. She was a teenager, and once she became an adult, she kept expecting me to do whatever she wanted. I remember the first time she tried to get me to do that, I was about 4 years old. My parents would leave me with her to babysit whenever they had to go out, and she would take me with her. I was a kid, so I didn't care. But I started spending less time with her because she didn't take me out anymore. I slowly figured out that she was actually just being nice and didn't want to babysit. Hence the fact that she was babysitting me to avoid putting me in daycare and having to give my parents more of their money. Then, when I was about 8, my own brother came along as my sister's parents had forgiven her. They were ready to accept the money they were giving her as child support or whatever from her husband's family, so they just gave my sister the money. Then, they asked her if she wanted to live with them or not, and she said she wanted to start a family with her husband and live with him. They said okay, and she went off. After that, I thought we'd be spending less time together, but boy, was I wrong. My parents stopped contacting her, both my sister and her husband. They would only see them during holidays, but for the rest of the year, my sister relied on me for pretty much everything. Sadly, I couldn't deny her service. Since my parents had stopped talking to my sister, I at least had to communicate with her on the phone. I couldn't hurt my parents the way she had hurt them. Her second child came along, and then my brother and I grew apart. Since we were both adults and only connected by being siblings, I grew even further apart from her. I would show up only when I had to, and it's not like she wanted to meet me. She just liked to get free services, and I ended up looking after her kids, babysitting, dog sitting, and giving them extra cash every now and then. They would also ask me to buy things for her. I didn't even mind it. What I truly hated was when I went to visit her. I would have to do all the chores, and she would make sure not to make eye contact with me whenever I was outside doing hard labor. Also, her husband pretended to be really comfortable around me, but as soon as my sister was out of earshot, he would shake like a leaf in front of me. It was really creepy. That was the only time her kids were a little comfortable around me. They would try to keep me engaged. For the rest of the time, they hardly talked. They would just follow what their mom and dad discussed with them. Whenever I was at my sister's place, especially her husband, they literally treated me like help. Once I went over just to hang out with my niece, the older one, and I thought we would have fun. But 3 days in, she didn't let me have any peace, and I discovered that I had insomnia because of my disrupted sleep cycle. She didn't let me have any peace by stopping at 11 p.m., and a lot of that is still active. After that incident, I tried to stick to only trespassing in their lives. My brother treats his siblings well and thinks of me more like his own. We have been through a lot together, with finding a strange dad using child support money on stuff and enjoying sweet treats. I have visited my sister and her family over the years, maybe a total of 5 or 6 times over a span of 16 years. But I have always felt out of place, especially after they had 2 kids. Every time I visit them, it feels less like I'm going to see my niece and more like I'm going over to work for them. At one point, I would do it out of habit, but I've started to get bitter about it now. Today was the last straw. I had had it with my sister, especially after she had the gall to give me a part of what was left of her cash box. I just said, "Not happening," in the most sarcastic way possible, and left their place. So, today's ever-living case happened this morning. I was at my sister's place, and my brother was in town as well. We went there yesterday to spend the evening with them because my niece was pretty happy about her dad being around. Also, I went over for her sake, as my niece had begged me to come. I hadn't seen them in over a year, mainly due to the pandemic, so the invite was pretty special when we got there. My sister was really weird. She and her husband offered us food, but we had to pay for our own meal. Before that, they just sat there through the entire meal. We tried to get into a conversation with them, but it fell dead. I had just visited them to meet my niece, and we weren't that close to each other. We would text occasionally, but mostly treated each other based on convenience. I know that's how she treats me, but no matter how things work out, at the end of the day, I'm still her aunt. They sat through the entire mealtime, which was strange. After that, we asked if they were going to watch something or do something as a family, and my brother and I could join in for fun. They flat out said they were going to watch something together and told us we could go rest in the guest room. We told them we weren't sure why we were visiting if we had to rest in the guest room, and even my niece was not allowed to come and chill with us. So we asked her if she could hold on for 5 minutes while we tried to figure out what was going on with her mom and dad that day. She went back to her room without even complaining. My younger nephew, who can't talk well and is just 3 years old, was very happy we were there, but even he got bored. So, the giggles didn't last long, and he ran back to my sister. If you are 3 years old, you're definitely by your mom's side. They both said they had something serious to tell me, but even in their most serious voices, I couldn't take it seriously. Since my sister had given me clothes or bonds in the past, I told her that I didn't need anything, because mentoring my niece was my duty. I've been brooding over the fact that I always have to do that. I don't get anything in return, no acknowledgement, nothing. I was really annoyed at that moment. But then they told me that they had contacted me on multiple occasions, but I had never been available to look after my niece. My brother and I had left town without discussing anything with her, and she was genuinely upset with us for doing that. My sister said she'd been trying to get us to keep an eye on my nephew, but we hadn't been available. So they bought these fresh, branded watches for us. I wouldn't call them cheap or expensive, just mid-range. My brother doesn't even care about these watches. That's why we weren't even touching them, and we were literally in the mood to bash them. My sister was so worked up. She told us we would miss out on so much for being stubborn, said that my brother and I didn't even have the courtesy to fulfill one tiny request of hers, and she didn't want to meet my brother because he believed himself to be above everyone else. She gave us the watches and left the room. Soon after that, my nephew fell asleep, and my niece and her dad had to leave because she had an engagement to attend. After that, my brother and I hung out for about an hour, and that's when he said we had to leave. My brother was literally leaving just because I had mentioned it. On the way back home, I ended up in an argument with my brother because he said he wanted the stupid watch. I let him have it, and then we spoke about the thing they had to tell us. He said it was nothing serious. He just wanted me to look after their dog while they went on an expedition. That made it worse. So the entire time I was at my sister's place, I had to do all the tough jobs. I was the one who had to bathe the dog. I was the one who had to run after my 3-year-old nephew to keep him from messing with this snooty, ugly, 12-year-old Cocker Spaniel who was a pain. It was me who had to take the dog for a walk and tie him up while giving him a bath and doing all the other chores. I am a grown adult myself, for crying out loud. My niece is much more bearable and more powerful than her own parents. I am not her community help that she'll boss around all day. My back is still sore from bending my knees for those kids, and my hands are still rough from looking after my 3-year-old nephew. At some point, I couldn't take it anymore and just disappeared without saying anything. It's like my words, my answers to their texts, messages, and phone calls don't matter anymore. I'm not going to give them anything. I don't even remember the last item I gave my nephew. That day is going to be the last. At least with my nephew. I'm never giving him anything again, no gifts, no tokens, nothing. I am officially done with my evil sister. I don't care about her older daughter either. I think I'm good with my younger sister, who never looks down on me and truly loves, cares for, and respects me. OP, I think you should tell your sister that there are no benefits for you and no fun in visiting her place, especially when she gives you so little credit. Edit. Additional details about my smooth-talking sister. My younger sister is 4 years older than me, so just a year older. But you know how older siblings get the privilege of doing whatever they want. I had always been in the shadow of my older sister in high school. It was a mix of good and bad feelings with her as well. It's not like my older sister ever knew that I was good to her younger sister, just like she was good to me. You might be wondering why I don't ask my younger sister to help with the grocery shopping, bathroom cleaning, and all other kinds of tasks. She does all that as well. But the difference is that she doesn't make me do it. I just ask for help, and she knows she has to do it because she is in it with me and will have to cover my back for whatever I do. Just like how I would get her back when we were little and the entire family, including my once evil sister, was against us. She covers and protects me from the harsh world, and I know that's the same love I have for her. I know if I asked my niece to help me with something, I wouldn't even have to ask. She would have been the first one running to me with a towel, soap, or anything. I just love her. My evil sister would give my younger sister or any household chores, and she would finish them in less than 10 minutes because she sensed that something was about to unfold. Then she'd try to eavesdrop on my conversations. When she started yelling upon entering her room, she would just run away, not caring about her chores. Aita for cutting off my fiancé after she excluded my best friend from our wedding. So my fiancé and I are getting married in 3 days. We know each other from high school, and we have been dating for about 5 years. She proposed to me last year, and we are ready to settle down. I have 4 friends whom I love with all my heart. Let's call them Z, Z1, Z2, and Z3. Z's the one I have known since middle school. He was the person who made me feel comfortable in this new environment. He gave up his seat at the table to sit with me, because everyone else was already at their tables, and I was just an inexperienced kid who knew nothing. He always had my back. When my dad passed away during my second year of high school, Z was the one who kept reaching out, making sure my attention was elsewhere. He was the one who encouraged me to run for king at homecoming over his own friends because he wanted to see me try. We got separated after high school. He stayed on the East Coast while I went down south for college, and then an internship turned into a job. We got busy with our own lives, but we managed to video call and text every week. Since I was 16, Z and I knew we would eventually marry the women we loved at that point. Years have passed, but our feelings haven't changed. Last Christmas, he flew 12 hours on a $6,000 ticket to attend my party, because I always did the same for him. However, this Monday, my fiancée told me that she doesn't want Z to be on my side of the wedding because he just came there and is not on the same level as the others who have been there for me. I told her that I am cutting off the wedding and going home. My mother-in-law took over our wedding plans, then got angry when I pushed back and demanded an apology after her friends ruined our day. My name is Joe and I'm a 30-year-old male, so this happened on Sunday. We got married, and boy, what a disaster it was. To start, I'm going to tell you that my mother-in-law decided that she wanted to plan the entire wedding by herself. My wife, Ashley, who is a 28-year-old female younger than me, of course, was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer 18 months ago. Treatment hasn't really helped all that much, and it has worked even less. She is bedridden more often than not, and it was ultimately her mother who took over the entire planning of the wedding. I'm going to explain it in greater detail, but I'm just giving you the summary from the get-go. Basically, no one except us was invited to the wedding because our guests were all friends of my mother-in-law, to, bring her some joy in seeing us married while we were still alive. I didn't do a damn thing. My mother-in-law did it all. My mom was limited as well, because my dad's not really well off, so yeah, he couldn't really help out anyway. It would have been fine if everything had gone through Chester, my high school buddy, and his finances. However, his mother saw the promo pics and got jealous of Ashley, decided to mess with the guy, and created an actual scene at the wedding. Long story short, there was an electrifying slap fight with Ashley's mother, and since we didn't know most of the people there, people thought that the promo pics of Chester and his mom actually represented the two families. His mother now has some nerve, and Chester isn't even talking to me. So I let Ashley's mom take over the wedding preparations, and God, I regret that now. To begin from the start, back in July, my mother-in-law called me early in the morning to come over to her place. Ashley was asleep. She usually sleeps late in the morning, so I didn't wake her up. My mother-in-law said it was very important and that I needed to be there. Frankly, I thought something might have happened. I get to her place, and I'm sure she was expecting me to get all crazy when I saw Ashley was pretty much cool as a cucumber. She was sitting on the couch, doing one of those word jumble games on her phone. The one where they just give you a bunch of letters, and you are expected to make a word out of it. Anyway, she sat up and told me she had asked me to come over. So, what was up? Before she could answer, I was met by none other than my mother-in-law, who was apologetically telling me that she hadn't called me over because she felt something was wrong, but because she needed me to sit tight, do nothing, and wait. I was puzzled. Ashley continued smiling and said, "Why don't you just show it? I'm sure he'll figure it out." As it turns out, she had found a gentleman by the name of Chester back on July 5th, and apparently found him quite aesthetically pleasing enough to take an interest in the whole guy and his vitals. So, she had matched with him, and they had already been on one date. A very sneaky not really is what I thought. Ashley had actually told her to have a wedding, because who knew if she was getting married or not? She was so determined to get me married that it was better to just humor her. So I was there as I was supposed to be, and we were all playing pretend with Chester. After I left something, I don't know what happened after Ashley had moved something deep in Chesterland. Something from deep in Chesterland indicated that Ashley would have to move to another dating situation, a monogamous relationship, because Chester had absolutely fallen head over heels for her. Now, Chester was cool. I guess he was a nice dude and I liked him. But his family was, by and large, kind of problematic. Chester would come over at night when he wouldn't bring his mother along and we'd hang out. But then, when he started bringing his mother, I would chill inside in the bedroom, because honestly, I had nothing to say to that woman. He even invited his sister a few weeks later. At one point, I was at work one night, and when I came back in the morning, Chester was sleeping, and his mother was sitting in my living room, baby talking with my cat. That's when I kind of got annoyed because this woman had never interacted with the cat, and she was just saying things like quacksy and stuff because this is how people talk to a baby, not my cat. At that point, I didn't know what was going on. Even my mother was confused. She mentioned something about wanting to have the wedding as fast as possible and wanting to tour the available venues. We told her that my mother was going to have Ashley's bachelorette party and that she needed time for that. We asked her if she wanted to let Chester, his mother, and sister know that Ashley, her sister-in-law, would be having a bachelorette party. She was like, sure, whatever, go Katie night or whatever, I don't care. So, I texted the Katie night duo his mom and sister, and sure enough, they were pretty alarmed that we were having a bachelorette when they'd taken it upon themselves to throw together a wedding. At that point, Ashley and I had pretty much figured we wanted a small courthouse affair, but my mother had a vision, and honestly, I was too tired, sad, angry, and emotional to argue about a wedding. So we let it happen. Ultimately, as you guys can see, Chester called the whole thing off. Now, I was kind of annoyed by this because my mother-in-law had done this to me before. Once, I had met this cute girl at a party I was introduced to by a friend of ours, and I was into her enough to ask her if she wanted to go out with me, and she said yes. 2 days after that, my mother called me on an emergency and had made Ashley tell me that Chester Maddox was at her place at Maddox Shelty, which meant I needed to come home quickly because they needed us. I got shipped into her house, and guess what was there? Chester Maddox and his mother were super nice to me. His mother even knitted me an ugly gift. It looked a lot like a woman's scarf but had a Shelty print on it. I was so annoyed that poor girl didn't even hear from me for days after that because I pretty much had to ghost her. My mother told me that if she was really interested in me, then I could get back to her, and we'd talk. It was Mother's Day yesterday, and yesterday was also the wedding. Did you know Mother's Day was a big deal? I didn't, but apparently it is. Another thing these people's mothers don't like about me is that I have an unsavory lifestyle. I am a bartender at the Shutter Pub Dance Club, and I do have a drinking habit. On top of that, I am a rough person, so I tend to have no-nonsense conversations with grumpy old dudes calling out for beers. So that's what I do when I'm at the bar. I know Ashley's mother hates it, but my mother-in-law went so far as to say that the bride's side of the family was not very happy with me and expected I wouldn't even make it. Because honestly, I'm an unsavory character. My mother, she's really cool about it, ordered me home beer and everything. But the thing is, yes, the bride's side insisted that the wedding had to be on Mother's Day, and I protested, but honestly, no one was listening to me. I thought it was done and tried to warn my mother-in-law. She was going to dedicate our wedding agenda to scan for a visitor to promote her behavior, and again, I was like, whatever. So anyway, the day of the wedding arrived, and it was all set to be very well. I don't know how to explain it, but it was really a verse killer, is the term I'll go with. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a pretentious person here, but so much white stuff was happening around me that I thought I might just drop off somewhere and call to be put in another place. But it was an all-white affair. I'm not trying to be anything or call out, but truly it was. I was suffering, but Ashley was loving it. Me, Ashley, and my mother-in-law were the only non-white people there. There was someone who looked like she was attempting to be old. I don't know how to explain it. But anyway, I looked like crap. My mother-in-law had even asked me to trim my beard for it. Ashley was like, okay, whatever, because Chester was actually the one who even got curious enough to question things. Like I said, we were amongst people who had their noses up in the air with their pink champagne and small everything. I won't go into detail about it. So anyway, before the wedding started, I told my mother-in-law that we were joking about holding people back and really needed Chester. I said that I found it disrespectful that we were occupying Mother's Day just for this. She replied, "And you think the wedding is no big deal? Why didn't you contribute?" Well, for starters, you said you had everything covered, so it wasn't a big deal for me to contribute. In fact, my mother-in-law was buying clothes from high-end stores for Ashley and herself. Smells and stuff. She said she was having fun. She had it all arranged, online shopping and getting stuff delivered. I was like, if you were paying for it, then cool. And if you were getting all wound up about it, then why not just call to physically settle something? By this point, whatever delay happened, Chester and his mother had just arrived right outside the lobby. Shortly after, the elevator doors opened, and they walked in looking like they felt completely out of place. My mother-in-law called out to Chester about them matching, and she was apologizing all over while wearing something Chester-related. Chester, Elder Chester, and Sister Chester then went into the hallway, and the rest of the white-cheeked onlookers followed after them like eager dogs. I looked at Ashley, and I was like, what the heck was this? She was quiet for a solid moment before she slammed her hands on her chair and called, "Boy." I went like, what? And then she just, grew haywire, surging in her chair. I was like, what the heck is happening? And Ashley just followed my mother-in-law, and I followed her. The big club, whatever, was upstairs downtown. I really don't know how these things work now, but we showed up upstairs, and it was a big glass room. Really classy black tables everywhere and big glasses. Chester and his mother were standing together, looking like someone had told them they were to be packed off to some witchcraft ceremony or something. Their boat had been burned, either by flames or by sea. Anyway, they gave Chester a little Asian maths gift that must have been from Ashley, and I told him to hand it back to him. I was like, just hit the road if you want, unless you don't want them to quit. So they quit. Yeah, I had a group of wondering people outside, and we were about to discuss resolutions about the situation. I told them, it's Mother's Day, and screw all of you for making me get married on a day like this. My day with my mother, all these people surrounding my mother and Chester's mother, I guess, were having too. So I insisted that they let everyone cancel so that I could go home and drink some champagne with my mom, whatever. I thought it was beyond cool. It was more than cool. It was shocking, so amazing in a horrible way to see the look on people's faces when Ashley and I were like, so my mom didn't get to plan this for sure. Ashley's face looked like she was in horror, but in my mind, I thought she was shocked. Chester broke whatever was about to happen. Both mothers shook hands like it was formal business. So I really became inconsolable. It was just me and Chester feeling that our mothers had messed up our wedding. Now, Chester wasn't arguing that our mothers messed it up or not, but having our mothers shake hands was pretty much enough for me for today. From him, another matter that's understandable. I get it. My face was absurd to the point of being blurry. We were having dinner. Ashley and I both shot out. I shot coins, and what did she do? It was a terrible thing that we didn't know these people. They were just flashes of people whose history wasn't even significant to us. So anyway, the Kansas were really supportive that night. These families that I apparently used to party with, that I have no clue about, got these videos live on the internet and everything. They'll be ringing family rule to ruin, guys, by the time I quit this border off. It's pretty much ruined. My mother-in-law cut the split seashore, so she made sure she went home and caught the first flight to Cuba at 3 or 4 in the morning. What was she doing? I didn't tell Ashley she didn't have to visit her mother. Ashley was furious. She was like, I was wilding out, and I was like, yeah, wilding out was an insult to God. But risking flipping a woman wearing $300 worth of heels was so wilding out to do. Also was exactly what she had done to ruin my wedding. She was like, boy, that was ridiculous, and honestly, screw these people. Boy, all this was crazy for me. I'm trembling, me quaking and shaking. God is good. Sincerely in the prayers of the trembling Shitu, whose trembling prayers, except my mother, could not be made by the gold of this castle. My mother's with white gold, golden pint glasses, one alone the other troop. I refused to lend money to my brother, and now he's turned the whole family against me. Every time I lent money to him, he would either forget to pay it back or waste it, and then ask for more. I'm a 23-year-old female married to Tim, who is 22. My brother Matt, who is 26, used to work at my husband's job. Matt got kicked out for stealing money from the registers. He stole $3,000. And my husband was in charge of the bookkeeping. That was how my brother got caught, as my husband was the one who reported it to his boss. I helped Matt find a job when he was low on cash, but he messed up the interview by showing up drunk. Our mother was sick with leukemia with a severity rating of about 7 out of 10, but she had insurance, so we weren't very stressed about the hospital bills. However, the insurance didn't cover everything, and the expenses became a bit heavier for my dad since he was the only member of the family earning money at that time. Out of goodwill, I decided to help Matt with his hospital bills, which came to around $1,500. He promised me he would pay me back within 2 months. In those 3 months, he only gave me $100, and that was it. When I asked him for the rest, he told me his paycheck had been reduced because his boss said his productivity was lower than expected, meaning he would only work 4 hours a day and ask to log into the system for the rest of the time. Being a computer science student, I realized he was probably taking an online course for another degree, which he may have signed up for a long time ago. I confronted him. My husband told me that this job was enough to put food on the table and save some money. At this point, he was only putting food on the table, which was hard to believe, and I demanded he pay me back because it was my money. He refused, saying he wasn't running a bank with multiple Amy payments and that I couldn't adapt to a better lifestyle. I had completely forgotten that he had been stealing from computers in his previous job, and I realized I might not know what he was doing for money now. So I told my father about this, and Matt also told my dad that I was pressuring him and harassing him just for $1,500. My dad yelled at me to let this one slide and keep the family unity intact. I was furious because my brother could forget about the money he stole, but my dad was forgetting the money I had earned through hard work. I even worked overtime for a long time to save money for a good computer, sacrificing a lot of family time. But within the family, nobody took it seriously and thought it was too much to worry about. Shaking his head in disbelief, my husband left it up to me to decide what I wanted to do with my family, reminding me that, at the end of the day, they were my family, and I had to deal with my family issues myself. In the following months, my brother Matt kept asking to visit me and criticizing all my decisions. I hated my brother to the core and argued back whenever he tried to provoke me. I told him that our parents, especially my dad, did not grow up with the values of being bound to your family for the sake of it. Our mother passed away due to leukemia 2 years ago, and afterward, Dad began visiting my husband Tim every 1 to 3 days. Before passing, our mother conveyed her apologies to me because she felt embarrassed asking to lend money to help Matt, despite the assistance I had already given him. Our relationship deteriorated further when Dad wanted to buy a Chevrolet car for himself worth $22,000, claiming the $1,500 I had given to Matt was actually his, because he had originally given me that amount as a gift. Now, would he consider using that money for himself? The $1,500 he gave me was actually money given to him by our buddy, and that money had been allocated by the government to compensate for the loss of my mother, meant to help us move on with life. But clearly, that was not what happened. I felt a little remorse for using that money to pay Matt, but at the same time, the $1,500 was, after all, my money because I had worked so hard to earn it. Now my dad was demanding I return that money, which was initially his from our deceased grandma, government money, and my own money, all for him to live a good life and buy his car for $22,000. I blew up at Dad and told him he could go screw himself and demanded my money back. But now every member of the family is against me. I feel like the black sheep of my family, like a hopeless child who has never done anything good for the family and is even the most hated. I tried to remind everyone that I worked hard for my money. It wasn't free money, but that hardly resonated with anyone. Am I the a-hole for being rude to Dad, saying he didn't raise us with financial values, such as family over everything, for being so self-centered and demanding, and for working so hard to maintain a respectable reputation without which nobody would even consider talking to me? I think I am the a-hole, and am considering taking a break for now, perhaps posting later about what has happened by the year's end or later. Update 1 year later. Hi, it's been a long time since I posted here, and I've come a long way since my last post. It's been almost a year since I broke contact with my family. I received hugs from all my family members that day, even my father. It was rainy, and the weather was very moody, just like my emotions, lazing along with the sheep, making them feel moody and lazy too. I told them I didn't want to break contact with them and conveyed how touching it was that they showed up to surprise me on my wedding day, despite our recent fallout. It hadn't even been 2 months since my dad demanded the $1,500 back from me. They all looked guilty when I said it was completely all right and that I wanted to rise above everything and live like a normal human being with my family. That everything didn't matter to me now as long as I had them beside me. That was all that mattered. They apologized to me as Matt came and apologized, holding me closely, and at that moment we felt like a family. My dad also told me that he would never ask for the $1,500 back, and would spend every day for the week making up for losing me and my sense of humor, which had been hanging by a thread due to my anger with everyone. He promised I would receive a gift for every week lost. My husband and all my friends from Tim's work tiptoed away to give us some privacy. Then Matt asked me if I could lend him another sum of $2,000 because he was getting married. I laughed at how he had proposed to his soulmate earlier with a fake gold ring that tarnished to black the very next day. I was shocked that he was marrying someone if her situation was so bad that her partner didn't even consider buying her a good ring. Matt started laughing too, joining in on the beautiful moment, and I couldn't comprehend how everyone had started laughing, including my husband. At that point, I was about to start tearing up because it seemed like my brother was just pretending to apologize and was using me for my money. As if Dad's guilt wasn't enough to humiliate me, this took the cake, as Matt was lost when it came to handling it. Even the request for $2,000 felt excessive given my dad's spending habits. There were so many tears flowing from my eyes that, honestly, Tim didn't need to buy any champagne. He could have used that money to get us all dryers instead. But that's just his personal touch in the stories. Who else would take credit for his jokes if not his dearest audience? They laughed and told me that spending that much on alcohol would only make the hangover worse. Tim then said he would raise the money by compromising to skip marriage subscriptions and betrothal costs, under the condition that 1 subscription a month would be paid. That hit me. Then it hit my husband. Lastly, it hit the 3 idiots. They had actually fallen for my act, and I had pretended for a year as if I had nothing to do with my family. As they left, these 3 idiots laughed so hard and cried out loud because Tim had shared something really fun with them. They turned a deaf ear to my attempts to speak, telling me to hire a stand-up comedian if I wanted someone who could make me laugh like this. The moment was jolly and funny, and nobody took Matt seriously, as he was a rich guy who didn't care about anyone and could do anything for wine. Dad cried out pathetically, as if he were going to give his life by skipping calories for a month. That would be around $20 for 3 meals a day, not just breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which they might even have been planning to skip. I regarded my dad's gesture as something that genuinely moved me and shocked my husband given the amount of money our grandma had passed to him before she passed away, and even after her passing. After Tim shared something really fun that snapped everything back into reality, they all took me aside and told me, in their lame ways, that I had genuinely made them laugh because I had guilt-tripped my dad so badly and made my money earn me some fun. All of us, the three of us, exchanged memories and pictures, reminiscing about how my act was so genuine that they forgot all about their fake apologies. It made me realize how disastrously blind in love I had been with my family, and how they didn't even care about me, only focused on money, gambling, and liquor. They didn't even bother to keep their jobs, as if they had nothing to prove to anyone. For my family, jail was something to make fun of and laugh at. They didn't even mind feeling cheap for stealing and depended on others for money, actually ruling the world with their mouths and sweet, syrupy apologies. My childhood friend stole my business idea. Now she wants to partner with me to make it big. I am a 28-year-old woman who has built a very successful business from scratch in the last 5 years. I create communication tools for the deaf. My father is deaf. He has been fortunate enough to learn sign language and communicate quite well. However, most deaf people in America, at least, have not been fortunate enough to master sign language. Many come from challenging economic backgrounds and find it difficult to communicate with others. I sell products that use pictures and drawings, allowing people to point to them to convey messages. It's very convenient, and I have been doing pretty well. On social media, I mentioned how my father inspired me, and I always use him as an example when talking about my startup. Liz, my childhood friend, is basically copying my product and making rip-offs. She has contacted me asking to partner with her, which feels like a big mistake because I tell all my friends that Liz was the first person I confided in about my idea, and she stole it from me. Today at work, I mentioned how we would be presenting our idea to a big client, and if things worked out, we would make millions of dollars. I was very excited and blurted it out in front of Liz. She congratulated me and seemed happy for me, but it felt forced. Something about her demeanor seemed very off. Now I'm wondering if she might be doing something behind my back because she looked a bit jealous. Truth be told, she was the first person I told about my dad and my startup, seeking her honest opinion on whether or not to invest. Since then, however, she hasn't even answered my calls. Sometimes she messages me back half-heartedly, claiming to be very busy with her own startup. Anyway, I went on social media to post about my startup because we need to reach out to get people's attention. Our products are not a monopoly. There are other brands that sell similar items. While on Liz's page, I discovered that she's selling products that are nearly identical to mine. The advertising images and photos are the same. The only difference is the color. It was honestly very creepy. When I clicked on her page and website, I found that what they were selling was almost a carbon copy of my offerings. I wouldn't have noticed if it weren't for the business card she copied from mine. The only difference is the name of her company and her business cards, which look suspiciously similar to mine. Everything else seems identical. I'm shaking right now because I've invested so much time, energy, and money into my startup, and I really don't understand how she could exploit my product. All she has done is copy my thoughts and ideas. I feel like I deserve this victory, right? Update 1. I didn't reply to her partnership proposal, and instead decided to get the legal team involved. I had a gut feeling about her duplicating my business model, and unfortunately, it turned out to be true. She literally copied everything: our sourcing, our product colors, our advertising photography. She just made it look like it was all her idea. My lawyer said this is a clear case of copyright infringement and asked me if I wanted a settlement or if I wanted to pursue it in court. Here's the thing. Liz is a white girl from America, but she is the daughter of one of the biggest businessmen in our country. Her dad owns a diamond business, and they're worth millions, if not billions. Meanwhile, I am an Asian woman, and we all know how little value we have in the eyes of the American judicial system. So I'm conflicted. Every fiber of my being says I should just take the settlement and move on with my life. However, I really believe this girl should be taught a lesson. What she has done is not only disgusting but also very dangerous. If grandizaires and billionaires like her can get away with this, there is no stopping them. Update 2. We sent Liz and her company a letter detailing the consequences if they do not cease and desist within the next 5 weeks. We have given them ample time to admit wrongdoing and apologize. I hope that's enough and that I don't have to lawyer up and go to court, because this all costs money. As much as I say beating her is worth it, it really isn't in terms of monetary value. It feels more like an emotional victory, and I need my company to stay afloat. I cannot afford to waste money fighting a publicity battle, because her father will obviously pay off the judge and jury. I don't stand a chance. Fingers crossed she accepts our notice and agrees to comply. Update 3. She replied to the notice. And of course it was what I feared. Her dad is flexing his connections against a girl like me. I honestly did not expect much from him since she's an adult now. She's a 29-year-old woman, so I thought he would let her fend for herself. However, without even reading the notice, he lawyered up and called our lawyer. I heard the audio from that call, and my head is still spinning. He bought the judge and the jury in one sitting, and they haven't even ruled on the case yet. My lawyer said this man has so much money and power in this city that his children just have to buy their way into life. They will never have to work a day. So we are going to walk away, dismissing the case before it begins. My lawyer is telling me to move on because we are going to lose anyway, so we should save costs. I agree with him logically, but emotionally I want to confront her. I want to fight this because she is the one who started it by ripping off my business model when I trusted her. Don't people like her understand that they should play fair like the rest of us? Update 4. Social media erupted, and I couldn't save face. At this point we have to voluntarily withdraw the lawsuit because there's absolutely no point. This is just a smart move on her part, and a fair play. She's not going to do anything if I don't. She knows she caught me off guard, and she's going to make her own moves now. She's just playing her cards the right way, while I didn't, and that's all on me. Our business model is not copyrighted, so I can't say anything against her for using the same model. A lot of people were telling me logical reasons why I shouldn't fight, not just my lawyer, and I ultimately decided I cannot waste money on an emotional victory that I might not win. As a result of the social media backlash, everyone is ganging up on Liz right now, which is kind of upsetting because I feel like I'm on the losing end. Liz is losing her business due to this backlash, while my business is losing deals because I'm entangled in this stupid legal fight when I should focus on getting clients to invest with me. All my friends are telling me I did the right thing and to not take it personally, but it feels like a personal attack, like we are in a PR warfare. Now I have to shift my focus away from her and just concentrate on myself, which is really hard when everyone points fingers at her. I don't want to see anyone lose, especially not financially, because, at the end of the day, this is business. But my emotions keep battling me. She came after me for no reason, despite ample opportunity for her to share her knowledge. Instead, she chose to stay silent while I do my best to get work done. It's honestly quite difficult. I even went on social media to urge people not to say anything to Liz. As much as she has hurt me, now is not the time for personal attacks against her. On Twitter, I said, please stop attacking her. It's not okay. Look at what she's done to me. Just shut down her business now. I don't want her to face any of that. I even deactivated my personal account because it just wasn't looking good. This girl represents many shady individuals who just cut in line and don't give a damn about anyone else as long as they achieve their goals. Update 5. It's been 2 months since Liz's business started to decline, and admittedly, I'm feeling better. My business is thriving, by the way, and I just signed the big client I mentioned in my earlier post. We expect to generate millions from them. Here's the kicker. Her father called me and told me he needed to make a point, which is why he acted the way he did. He doesn't plan to cut ties with Liz, but has significantly reduced her allowance this year. He told Liz that she can maintain her current lifestyle but must find her own house and do her own groceries with that allowance. She can no longer rely on him completely, which is a big culture shock since people say her entire life was managed by her father. This is no longer the case, and I suspect his business took a hit because of this, prompting him to liquidate some of his assets. Update 6. 6 months later, Liz has vanished. Nobody knows where she is, and the media is going crazy trying to find her. Apparently, she canceled her lavish vacations and hasn't posted selfies with friends or flown first class every week, nothing. Her Instagram is silent, it's been deactivated. I'm assuming she has gone into hiding with the little money she has. My lawyer told me she must have borrowed money from her dad to fund the life she led, which is likely why he disowned her. I have mixed feelings because I understand what this father has gone through to provide for his family while the daughter goes out and boasts about being rich, trampling on other people's dreams because she has a wealthy dad. I've always known her dad disapproves of her lifestyle, but I guess he finally reached his breaking point. Update 7. It's been a year, and Liz is still missing. Surprisingly, her dad is now one of the suspects in her case, and the media outlets are blaming him. I don't understand why, but okay. Maybe it's due to their historically tumultuous relationship. Update 8. Liz was found dead, having allegedly drowned by suicide. Everyone is pointing fingers at her father, and the case is ongoing. We are devastated, and I have lost the desire to fight this. I have formally requested law enforcement agencies to exclude me as a person of interest in all of this. Update 9. Her father was cleared of charges, and it seems Liz really did take her own life. Her family doesn't want me to stop contacting them, because if I implicate her father as the cause of her actions, I would essentially nullify any chances of a settlement with them. My sister cut me out of her life after I married her ex-boyfriend. Now, she needs help from me with her son, who has autism. My sister, Nicole, 43F, has completely severed ties with me, Olivia, 39F, just because I married her ex-boyfriend, Eric. Nicole and Eric dated back in college, but their relationship didn't last more than 6 months. After their breakup, they attempted to remain friends. For a few years, Nicole and Eric would meet occasionally since they were part of the same friend circle. However, around 2006, Eric moved away for a job. Nicole sent him off, and they never stayed in touch afterward, because, well, there was no social media back then, and he didn't provide her with his new number. They weren't close enough to keep each other updated, to be honest. Additionally, we were both young and preoccupied with our own lives back then. I met Eric 10 years later, in 2016, when he moved back to our town and I ran into him at the local pub. I recognized him immediately, and we clicked right away. Nicole and Eric had always been more acquaintances than friends, so I didn't think Eric would mention his past with my sister. Frankly, I don't think they had the best relationship ever, so he wouldn't have felt compelled to tell me about it. I hadn't even talked to Nicole about it because I was unaware that she had dated him. I think it was around 2017 when I finally discovered this information. And by then, I was already Eric's girlfriend, and we were getting serious. I had introduced him to my parents, and even Nicole. We were close to moving in together. One day, while joking around with him, perhaps because I was tipsy, I mentioned that I found out he had dated my sister before I met him, and he hadn't told me about it. Since the relationship hadn't been that significant, we both laughed it off, and I reassured him that I wasn't bothered. That's when he revealed he hadn't mentioned it because he feared how I would react, given that Nicole had been in love with him and had never truly gotten over him after their breakup. Luckily for me, I didn't know that earlier, or I might have backed off from dating and marrying him. Finally, after dating for almost 3 years, we got married in 2020. A year before our marriage, I told Nicole that I was dating Eric, and that I was serious about it, just so she could process the fact and move on from the idea of Eric. I had no idea she was still in love with him. Before 2020, she had told me she believed she had moved on, and wouldn't have a problem with me being with Eric. Her only issue was that I hadn't informed her right away that I was with him. I apologized to her at the time, but she caused a scene on my wedding day because she was still angry with me. I managed to mend our relationship over the months, but now that she needs my help for her son, I am unwilling to assist her. Update, 1st August 2023, 3:40 p.m. To those who are writing to me, I still haven't had a conversation with her, and I am not willing to do so right now. I would like to ignore her messages for a few more weeks. To be honest, I want to process what happened before I help her out or even talk to her. I will keep you all updated on Reddit when I make a move. Update, 15th August 2023, 1:19 p.m. I finally talked to Nicole after ignoring her texts for 2 weeks. Eric anticipated that I wouldn't be able to resist talking, so I guess he picked up her call and informed her that I was not going to help her out. Nicole wanted me to babysit her son. She asked for my assistance because Nicole is hospitalized, but I am no longer willing to do that. Even Eric is not on board with it. We both have a 2-year-old son and are working parents, so we really don't have the time to babysit Nicole's son. Additionally, Harvey, our son, is quite temperamental and doesn't like being around unfamiliar people. Eric and I told Nicole straight away that we would not be helping her. After that, Eric hung up the call. I have no idea what Nicole said, but she started bombarding me with texts afterward. She is insisting that she will pay me if I babysit, but I have a full-time job, and I cannot quit it just because she needs help. My husband's secret past has come to light, and I don't know how to move forward. I found out that my husband was led to believe he had a son with his high school girlfriend. Now, almost 30 years later, that supposed son is discovering the truth. He isn't really my husband's child, and he wants a relationship with both my husband and me. My husband, married for 30 years, apparently had a high school girlfriend who soon became pregnant. He married her to do the right thing. They tried to make it work for a couple of years, but when he moved away for college, he found out that she had an affair. After he left for college, she told him the affair was with his brother, and she also mentioned that a DNA test confirmed he was the father of their 2-year-old son. She wanted to make things right and worried that her son would hate her if she didn't establish a relationship with him. That high school girlfriend was supposed to be my husband's high school sweetheart, but I think they were living a lie. They were not really a couple, more like two people who knew how to manipulate those around them. In any event, my husband feels a sense of duty, guilt, and obligation toward this clearly not his son. He indicated in a letter that he would visit their son during breaks when he came home, and that he would cover child support. He wanted to help all without consulting me. Then, he manipulated me into moving back to Illinois so we could be near this child. Our oldest is about to enter high school, and our youngest is about to enter middle school. I don't understand this manipulation. After 30 years of marriage, I feel our marriage is on shaky ground. I went along with it. He told me that after 30 years, his son would reach out and that my husband had a child, but he downplayed it. He said it wasn't true love, that he didn't even like her, and that all his love was reserved for me. That should have been my first clue, because I do recognize mental manipulation when I see it. All of that was a lie. He started talking to me about redoing our wedding, saying the fairy tale was over for him. For him, it was like a revival. That should have been my second clue, as it didn't make sense. After a few months, he told me the girlfriend had died. I expressed my condolences, and then he said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you she told me I had a son before she died." When I asked for proof of the pregnancy, he provided an incidental photo that bore no real documentation. It was not something I could even confirm. He had to ask her for the DNA test results and pictures to confirm he was the father. She provided that information, but he didn't want a relationship with her and cut contact with her before her death. I suspect that he fabricated or altered other documents. It's one thing if it were recent, but it's too late to do anything about what he did. He is not a real father. He's 30 and doesn't live around here. He's married or getting divorced, but I'll get to that, and has a family of his own. By all accounts, after that initial meeting, my husband sent birthday cards for a couple of years. He didn't see his son over every break, only 2 or 3 times while the boy was growing up. He married and had kids. They have an entirely different family, and all communications are through his wife. I could tell there was something off, but my husband told me time and again that it was true enough that I began to believe it. We haven't clued in our kids because we need to know more. My husband and I started counseling to try to communicate better and heal our wounds, as we aren't doing well as a couple right now. The son wants to see his other siblings. He mostly talks to me. I casually asked him how his wife was doing. He mentioned that they were talking about separating and that a divorce was on the table. He said he never intended for her to be a single mom and felt she did not sign up for raising his son while caring for a child of their own. He said keeping them separated at school was hard because he was a better father to our other kids. We need camera systems to keep our younger kids from accidentally running into him. They were in the same grade. It made Christmas awkward. In their hearts, I think he hoped they would become one big happy family. He admits he didn't tell her right away. He keeps a lot from her, and now he understands she's not okay with being kept in the dark. I want to have this conversation with him, but I'm taking the counsel of my therapist and waiting for the right moment. I'm taking a breather. It's vacation season, and he is estranged wife, and kids need to chill before they talk with us again. We're planning to get our ducks in a row so we can take a family vacation and think about what we want to do next. My oldest thinks Dad is having a midlife crisis, and the youngest just wants us to be happy. The babies, well, they're just babies, but they have noticed a change. It'll be okay. Dad got older siblings, and Thanksgiving will be wherever we are, not at Grandma's. My husband's high school girlfriend's dad is my kid's favorite high school teacher. He was senile when the teacher was in high school, but we suspect he boxed me in for a few years when I was pregnant and then became senile. I trust that the doctors are correct and that it's just senility. I got some tests done on the kids just to be sure, and he's probably the actual grandpa to my husband's stepchild, but we were shielded from that. My husband and high school girlfriend had exactly one mutual teacher, and communications were through email, so I doubt they had many face-to-face conversations. I don't even think the old guy could recognize me in street clothes. He probably did when I was pregnant, and if he did, he wouldn't remember because he was senile. But just in case, my husband and I printed a family photo of his supposed son and our younger kids, cut out the face, and replaced it with our younger kids' faces at the same age. We had the older siblings figure out a print and stash it away for now. If he ever sees our family photo, he will think he just messed up the face of my husband and his high school girlfriend's kids close enough. Anyway, if anything comes of it, I have the picture if I want to know and get the tests. It's cheating on my husband's part to have ongoing communications with someone he's trying to get over the past with. It's just not okay. He says yes, which is why his uncle has to pay off his wife to keep her quiet about the affair, so they can still be considered his kids. Okay, it's cheating. I brought up the other topic in therapy because I think he's still in love with her. He didn't introduce her to the kids until pretty much recently. We had been married for 10 years at that point, so I'm mad. But it's not like I'm Rod, and it's not like my kids came to me. I'm feeling like a failure because I'm having these bad thoughts. I can't help but wonder if their kids are better behaved because he's not around, or if she's pushing him to be better for their kids. My best self comforts my worst self and says their kids are normal, and he's a great teacher. I guess we just hit the deadline on telling adult kids this child wasn't an affair baby. It was harder to explain than I thought. They want a DNA test just to make sure Dad is a dad. They're being supportive and non-judgmental, but they're eyeballing him right now, and it's quiet. I've already had talks from my religious friends about forgiveness, bowing down bitterness, and hardening my heart. We discussed a family trip somewhere quiet and warm for a few weeks. It's something I'm interested in. We just have to figure out how to set that up. As an update, my husband told the kids to just focus on their lives and activities right now. They have kid stuff going on, and the oldest got staff duties at school. I mean, minor stuff like office help and things. The oldest had to study for finals and think about the next year. Meanwhile, this not really my kid is getting a whole lot more than our kids got college visits. It's his senior year, and that business about Dad just isn't happening. My youngest saw Dad from a distance at a baseball game and totally freaked out. Apparently, Dad and his high school girlfriend's dad were sitting together, and our oldest clearly saw Dad's supposed son. Our kids recognized him, but Dad isn't supposed to recognize them, and startled them. The older kids were like, "Who? That's supposed to be our brother." Dad's high school girlfriend comes into focus for them because she looks like the older sibling, but less so than Mom. I'm at work, and the baseball game is a fundraising event in town. Everybody is in town now. They left the high school at 7. It all boils down to a Facebook event. I'm thinking about when Dad asks me to go with him, but I don't want to share a hotel room with him and his high school girlfriend's wife. I'm sure she snores, and he won't be comfortable because she's furious with him. Dad has good talks with his therapist. I'm going to pay him back for my trip. It's purely business. The baby is sleeping through the night, so I get to sleep next to my oldest while he's in town. We've got the baby cam between us watching me, and I'm drinking wine. Meanwhile, my therapist thinks I'm cute, and I've had chats with theirs too, and both think our kids should be college-bound. Humor is our way to cope, or we might just buy a boat. Seriously. Me? Oh, I'm on antidepressants and working hard, doing all right considering that I'm going through my midlife crisis. My husband probably pays the baby more than I do. Our youngest and oldest, God help, have been asking my husband for a plasma setup because their friend wants to go, but he bought one. He's thinking if the boy, whom I'm calling Andrew, gets mad and drops college, he'll have it. All he has said to me is he doesn't want to think about Andrew's real mom and just wants to hit the road with me. I refuse to let my cousin stay with us, and now my family says I'm selfish for not helping him after he got kicked out of his parents' house. To the eye rolls, my cousin is a 21-year-old who has been enabled by his parents his entire life. He has been in and out of college, struggling with his classes and partying excessively. It's a sad reality for him, but he has so many opportunities afforded to him by his parents that he simply squanders. When he was 18, he dropped out of his first year of college and lived with his parents, partying and goofing around. They didn't like this, as he started getting older. They were like, "Hey, we just put down a deposit for an apartment for you, and you're going to be moving in there in a few days. Yes, you're still going to be paying rent, but we will help you with money as you get settled." He moved into the apartment, posting about it every night with friends and girls. He frequently complained that his friends weren't helping him with groceries, and that he'd have to spend all his money on that. I knew that rent was barely $500, and the kids had jobs, so I don't know what he was smoking. He would ask his parents almost every other day for money, and they'd send it to him quietly. He got kicked out in April because he lost his job at Blockbuster or some other nonsense and hadn't been paying rent. He was then living in his car. Now he is living with his parents in their basement. 4 days ago, my aunt and uncle called us and said they wanted to drop my cousin off at our house to live. They claimed that living at home with his parents in the basement, after coming from a comfy and cushy apartment, was making him decompress. They said, "We need to be more strict with our son. He just needs a fresh start." They also mentioned that my cousin would be attending a nearby community college in 2 months. I said no. My parents are saying I'm cold and selfish for refusing to take him in. Until he was 5 years old, I lived with him, and we slept in the same bed. Our mothers are sisters. Our parents know how insufferable he is to deal with. I haven't seen him since I was 10 because his family moved across the country. When I was 17, I took a holiday there, and his mother forced him to take me around tourist spots. I still remember the time we went for ice cream. He flaunted a $50 bill and said it was nothing, just pocket money. I asked him about college, and he said he might or might not go because his parents would pay for everything. I told him that I was working really hard and studying to get a scholarship at the university I wanted to attend, and he scoffed at me, saying it sounded like I was struggling and that he felt bad for me. He hit me so hard with that dollar and got a girl he was hanging out with to hit on him too. But at the time, I had no idea he was just a loser playing with girls like he played with his Hot Wheels sets. He told me to pay for things and said that he made his friends' parents pay for him all the time because that's what friends were for. He always found himself in social debt. Even when we were kids, He'd go on and on about how his parents gave him Hot Wheels sets and never gifted him anything else. Lastly, his parents paid for everything, as I'm sure they did before I left, which I can't stand. I'll admit it. I had a privileged childhood, and I still do, but that is because my parents taught me the right things. We've had cousins and family friends our age stay over for fun, and I always have a great time. But this guy, oh my God, he's been spoiled and coddled. I talked to my mother just a few hours ago, and she said that she's struggling with my decision. I told her that I did not want him here, and she said that this is a boy, her cousin, who used to love crawling all over her and sleeping on her belly. I was like, girl, don't even try that. She said I didn't have to look after him. I would just be lending out my room to him. I have a queen-sized bed and a double-deck bed. He could have the double-deck bed and hang out in the room and stuff. I said no, and she suggested we could have house rules that he would have to abide by, like no girls in the house, no partying, and an automatic curfew. She said he would have to drive around. If I needed to go out, he could just accompany me. If he needed gas money, I could pitch in. If he needed money for food, he should pack lunch. If he wanted to visit a restaurant, that would be only on special occasions. She still doesn't understand why I'm being so selfish and cold. He is family. Family is supposed to help each other out in hard times. I responded, yeah, my husband and I are also family, and I can't go with his parents to drop him off and say goodbye because then it's just obvious that I'm okay with it, and no one will bother him after that. She said, you're his cousin, and look at how cold you are, even to blood. I made sure that my cousin's nose doesn't touch the ground. I asked her why everyone was being so entitled to my space and time, as if someone else's poor life choices had to be placed on me and pinned on me for me to fix. I always offer to fix things myself and tell him to take responsibility for what he did. She said that at this point it is just unfair of me to refuse. I asked her if I need to set my 2 feet on this damn land of joy. She replied, our house is our house, and your house is your house. She mentioned that my aunt and uncle said I was being a selfish brat, and that they never really liked me much after seeing my husband's family, which I don't know how to take. I know how proud of a person my aunt is and how nothing can ever beat her family. But in this case, I know my aunt is right in front of me, but my uncle is a joke, sorry to say, but he really is. I've had intimate gatherings with them totaling 10 or less, so obviously, I don't know them well. My parents' upstairs couch was good enough, but anyway, I've just been sulking with my husband, feeling angry and frustrated as this is the home away from home that I have. I have decided to set my own home since I am a grown woman now. But then my parents come in sideways and say, yeah, kid, kick him out, help build your family, and you're selfish. You'll grow out of it. I have been working and studying a long time to build my own home. I haven't done enough for others that my home should not be valuable. Anything a 21-year-old can do by himself should at least give him the initiative to do so. He has already said no, but since he has parents, they have said okay. So with me, my parents said it's just for a few days, and I would change my mind. A lady at work saw my frustration and treated me to ice cream, which made me even angrier as it's so not like me. She said it was okay, and I found myself ranting and babbling about everything. She said, whatever it is, no matter how hard someone forces something upon you, at the end of the day you really have a choice. She just patted my head. I asked my aunt, and she said that our mother has even younger uncles with young cousins I am much closer to that would help him. Actions speak louder than anything. As far as I know, he had a lake house from his dad's realtor side who came through money. My uncle built that house from the ground up by himself with his father. A nice lake house, everything finished and nice. So I don't know what I've gotten myself into. If you have read up to here, congratulations, and thank you for your time. Isha replies, commenters called her mom a hypocrite for saying that siblings at this age can go fight as long as they help fund his life. A commenter mentioned, these people are literally like the sea. People do too much with their lives and they blame me. Another commenter said she should try finding rented rooms for a 21-year-old guy. Being around him, how he speaks, walks, and even cleans himself will be a shocking eye-opener. Yes, even with house rules, the look on his face of having nothing to lose will be screaming. A commenter replied, the OP's parents said house rules, but the cousin could be playing with their kids at 10 p.m. on a Tuesday night. The main concern is that OP's mother said the rest of the family stated that OP is doing more than necessary to protect her space. Her AP thinks that the more family that shuts it down, it's an AP problem. That it is selfish as well, and this thought process explains her mother's statement. In conclusion, I am very disappointed with the comments that say it's up to her. Yes, it is, but I can see the cycle repeating with her future kids, future bigger cousins, and future people's effort levels. The entitlement toward herself and her immediate family will just result in her kids becoming part of each other's lives, the little cousins and the people's entitlement. Just look at my kids. It's a pain I have in my life. She clearly asked her parents the third time, did she step on this land just for her? Yes, the answer was yes. I really do want to appreciate those comments. Her husband and she said they could live happily together, separate from others, and one day create a family of their own. But her parents said she will grow out of her selfishness. Good points, but it was not a bad house. It was just a house meant for her at home, with people she lived with during our childhoods and youth. I know she talked to her husband, and there are so many options. Holding the house envelope, which I really wanted to comment on, and knowing that so many people at home would drive away with the precious time they have with each other to plan and honestly do laundry and run other errands. But the husband said that English is not her first language. Yes, she grew up with it in Canada. She said she was born and raised with it in France. X swiftly. The commenter who commented on the OP, your husband is your employee, and he's paying the bills and all. Another commenter called her mom a hypocrite for saying that siblings at this age can go fight as long as they help fund his life. A commenter said, your parents told you that you could set roots and limit the eyes. When they had people, they would not take in others. I think she will still be at her uncle's house having dinner and playing co-op together with their kids once she has kids of her own. She will wait until they initiate. X swiftly Citron, the Home Depot employee who gives discounts. The commenter who had to break down realized her husband controls her money and turned the marriage to OP. My 18F dad 40M cut me off for not allowing my mom, 39F, to move in when he started dating her a month after my mom, 45F, divorced him. Now they are married and expecting a child. I had enough of them mistreating my half-brother, so I incestuously engaged my step-brother, while my dad sent my step-mom abroad after they had a big fight, and they shipped him off to live with his grandparents. So I, 18F, was talking with some friends, and two of them said that I should leave my dad and step-family alone and just cut them off because they don't deserve me. My dad, 40M, and I had a massive fight when I told him to just cut me off and stop pretending he is family, after the whole thing with his wife, 39F, and baby brother. I, 18F, told him that I was very disappointed and that he always gave them, 12M, and the baby priority before me after being with that woman, 39F, who just got with him like a month after being separated from my mom. 45F, who had been married to him for almost 10 years and was a stay-at-home mom for the sake of her kids. He, 18F, just cut me off and said I was a whirl, and he wouldn't be sending me money again besides what he was legally obligated to cover. That was the latest in a long series of fights between us after I had a fight with my wicked stepbrother recently. He, 12M, sent stepmom abroad, which was a win for me because after that she wouldn't be around for at least a few months. To give some context, my father's wife, 37F, got pregnant, but as it turned out, she is closed and needs strong hormone therapy before she can have a baby. That is what happened earlier this year. However, money was tight, and since stepmom hates me, She tried to find the best ways to do things without me complaining. She had to do everything herself, and since money was tight, she said she would go visit relatives in England for the summer to see if there were any extra therapy funds available to deal with the baby situation. Me, 18F, and 12M had a massive fight last week because he ratted on me after I gave stepmama a menu to only serve him slop unless he behaves. He said I am a tyrant and that maybe I should be placed under house arrest because he is not free at home, and I am now even growing closer to occult behavior. I told him, 12M. He ratted me out. He said mommy would be back from Europe soon, and told me to bawl as he socks me in the eye. I hit him back and pinned him under the bed, but only had a ball gag on which was loose, and I couldn't stop him, but his mouth was bruised. My dad, 40M, arrived home, rushed to the attack, and proceeded to neckbeard about how I am hysterical, like stepmama always says, and trying to hurt husband and child. Stepmama had something in England, but would be back soon for 3 days. The bruises on his mouth came from 12M trying to scream while I, 18F, pinned him down and stopped him from hurting me. It is only a reminder, but it was not the case, and his guts weren't even bruised, so it was nothing more than a chew. Eat it, they were English records. He was retching in the stomach and in the mouth. My dad is hysterical. Both of my 18F eyes are hazel and brown, but my dad, 40M, seems to marry all of his best friends' mothers or wives. It is laughable, reminiscent, and ridiculous. He has wrist skin and Lexus skin. It is a false bark harsher language than family. As of mid-retirement, which is great because I get all of his money. Edit 2. I am writing this question between 2 conversations with the police. I, 18F, have enough people who love me and are not useless. I never realized how rotten handwriting I gave FCS 17M. Told me I should find and marry somebody like my mom, which is easy because she bakes with us. I understand why my mom, 45F, loved him. I, 18F, just love him like my friend told me. Whenever I cry about him, they say I am like a burned child trying to kiss mommy bear, and the one you are kissing is angry to see you. You should just go away, settle, and be with those who truly love you. They are tired, and I am tired. I am 18. Think while I cry. It is like kissing a mad dwarf, and you don't love him. It is an echo of failure. I realize now how the mad dwarf mistreated his wife, 39F and FC. I shared tears with several boozers at a nearby pub and told myself to go out and settle and find who loves me. Dad, 40M, you don't need to be this way, and she will find who actually loves her. Edit 4. I am editing this from a nearby pub. The police think it is just youth fight, but the pub owner told me to complain at work because stepmama will make life difficult for the pub staff and stuff. Eat it. A comment had said her dad was wedding a younger woman, which she was bitter about. A commenter said it was gross to bam to BC's face. And she is now his dad's wife, because she and F could have been siblings to her dad banging her mom. Because they were pregnant, she said her dad was not only rushing into marriage but also marrying a woman only slightly older than an adult, or problem. Dad, 40M, would buy FC stuff, let him do whatever, and buy a lot of things to keep him from shooting rats at the house and burning everything, beating me, or just doing things like stabbing my cat. He would do inhumane stuff like stealing my belongings, banging things, and putting me through stress, but Dad, 40M, would just laugh and say that I was bitter now, that mommy thought senior FC did better than mid-40s grandmother FC. It is very uncomfortable, the dad pedo stuff in grandma cum. A commenter said her dad was a literal child. Another commenter stated her mom was a thought as she was a teenager with grown adults. A commenter asked OP how he was able to impregnate her when he was just a kid and asked how OP had gotten into this situation after he had gotten pregnant so young. A commenter said she could tell her mom about what her dad was doing since her mom had been a teenager with grown men. Edit 5. A commenter asked if something good happened to Dad. A commenter asked if Dad was not in a relationship when he got OP's mom pregnant. A commenter asked if there was a relationship afterward, which she said no, and added some unflattering info about herself and her dad's appearance. A commenter said this was like Future Fake made a series on YouTube, where many comments pointed out how that series explained how it was staged. A commenter remarked it was sad OP was unplanned and conceived on the last day of her father's intention to go to school, and that OP was just a throwaway because she could not give anything to the dad or help him to move on from her mom. Final edit. The company wished all was okay, but it is thankfully fake. OP's mom was a thought before she paid half the house and Dad paid the other half, so it's confirmed they have about equal cash to pay. My ex showed up at my wedding to reveal a secret, and everything fell apart. I divorced him, and he left, smiling that everything was mine now. I was with my ex for 6 years until he cheated on me with his best friend's girlfriend. They started dating, and I moved on, although it took me some time. After around 6 months of being single, I met Caleb at a mutual friend's dinner party. We clicked immediately, and I fell in love with him fast. We have been together for 3 years, and he proposed last year. I was so excited to be marrying him. He's a wonderful man. I know it's a cliché in all wedding stories. Caleb gets along well with my mom and dad. He has a good job, is kind to elderly people in our neighborhood because of his grandmother, and wishes to help stray animals, but hasn't had the chance to adopt one. He helped Nora and Seth, my friends, pay off their student loans. Nora, Seth, and I helped him plan his friend's surprise birthday party. But Caleb insisted we give $200 out of the surprise fund, since we had already spent over $300 each. Caleb is amazing. Coming back to the wedding, Mom and Dad were helping out while finishing college. John, my ex, and I were both in the same college. John was studying filmmaking while I was studying literature. John's best friend, Mark, went on to work with Caleb. He spoke so highly of Caleb that we could not resist being friends with him. The wedding preparations were going great. Mom and Dad were ecstatic. Mom was going crazy about all the small details she had chosen herself and some that Dad planned while she went out shopping. I found it very cute that Dad was shopping with Mom for my wedding. This is no different from anything they do. Dad loves being with Mom and helping her out with anything. However, this made me lightheaded. My wedding would be as special as my parents' marriage. As exciting as it was, I could not help but be scared that Caleb might leave halfway through the marriage like my ex did. This thought crossed my mind several times a day. What might make Caleb leave? Is there anything he doesn't like? Am I good enough for him? Before I went into a spiral of paranoia, I calmed myself, reminding myself that Caleb stood by me through my darkest times. On our second date, I told him about my struggles with anxiety. On our first date, Caleb had already guessed it when he noticed how I was fidgeting with anything I had in my hand. He just took it away and held my hands. It calmed me to talk to him. We finished dinner, and Caleb walked me home, standing outside for half an hour, making me talk about myself. He never once rushed to tell me about him. He listened and asked questions that made me want to share even more. It was calming and interesting. I began trusting him immediately, and he has never let me down. Sometimes I just need him to talk to me and hold my hands because I cannot talk when I'm anxious. He knows everything about me. All my exes are my drink orders. That's the only secret I keep from him, but I've promised him I would build the courage to order a tequila shot soon. I continued my thoughts on extreme cases. One was Extreme Spartan Sports Team Alaska Portman showing in 46 states. He had cheated on me with his team's cheerleader, while my parents were getting married on a private island in Hawaii, up to their elbows in wedding cake batter and pressuring me to marry him. I couldn't let such things happen with my fiancé. I wanted him to introduce me to every work friend of his he talked about. And we did the same with friends. This was to ensure we trusted each other completely. We even did that with friends we didn't agree with and were rude to children, drunken people, and animals because we only trusted each other. Even though that was amazing, my fear of inequality between us and my feeling of being less deserving of his love kept nagging at me. I once cried about this to Nora at a house party here in town. She calmed me down, saying I constantly made sure to keep Caleb in his comfort zone with his people. Unlike my marriage with John, I did not hide him from our people. I made every effort to take Caleb with me when I hung out with friends or family. I also stayed in my comfort zone. This thought eased me. I kept being careful not to cross over Caleb's comfort. This will never happen. I will never cheat on him. Nora also mentioned everyone knows how kind he is from the time Mark started hanging out with us and raving about Caleb at every party just to keep the party going without getting dull. He was praised for the first 2 weeks. I wouldn't leave Caleb alone, and neither would Nora or Seth. We were sure Caleb was not going anywhere. Nora was sure. I straightened my mind that my wedding wouldn't end up like my previous one. Caleb found me lost in thoughts and held my hand, kissing my forehead. It instantly put all my worries to sleep. He tried asking about my thoughts, but I just smiled and nodded and went ahead with whatever he was asking regarding the wedding. All his relatives, cousins, and novelties were excited to meet me. I assured him his loved ones would behave well and that there was nothing to fear. The wedding arrived. I was standing in Mom's room, looking at myself in the mirror. I looked pretty and happy, but not as much as my mother's fairy tale princess dress gown. I don't wear gowns in my life, but getting my mom her dream dress was a no-brainer. It was a fairy tale dress, and she looked like a dream in it. We had fun picking it out. Wedding preparations took nearly 5 weeks, and she and Dad bought it on their first night in Hawaii for their wedding. It also looked pretty on me, though I never thought I'd be wearing a fairy tale gown even for my wedding. Mom started crying. I calmed her and thanked her for always being there for me. We hugged, which made her cry even more. Dad showed up and made it worse for Mom by hugging us both and saying we always made his life better. He had wanted everything in life to make me and my brother, Mark and Lisa, happy, because they are the greatest gifts life has given us. As much as Mark was grossed out, I felt extremely lucky to have the most amazing parents. Mom and Dad had a great life together and were happily married. Then my crazy thoughts started crawling back in. I panicked. Mark showed up and dragged my father. Dad once told me the only thing he wanted from life was to keep me and my brother and our spouses happy. Mark had already gotten married. He just wanted to annoy my father and told me that no better wish could exist. If I said I love a particular person, Dad would find a way to make it happen. Mark kept pushing Dad to break the dance moves for the father-daughter dance, which Dad was trying to work with, but Mark was ruining it. Fearing he would sweat in the wedding clothes, I gestured to Mark, Dan, Dad, and Mom to follow me. Showering in cold water in the summer had turned me into a muscle man in winter. Now we do it every summer, and I advised Mark to join me. Thanks to my parents for my first shower experiences in cold summer water. They would do it now and head out for lunch to calm down and say their vows. Caleb and I were having a simple traditional ceremony. Dad put his arms around me while I went waterfalling. I didn't know it would turn out to be a wedding photo shoot. Dad and I were busy in a dance duel, and I turned to see my bridal party doing underwater aquatic gymnastics. I kept shouting, splashing water on everyone. Mom asked if Caleb's family was this crazy. I said no and pointed towards his siblings and cousins, who were sitting peacefully in the shade, having refreshments but craving us. Later on, they did join us in the pool. Caleb has 2 younger brothers. Max, who's 27, is not married, while Ethan, who's 23, is married and has a kid. Then he has 3 cousins who are kids. Max has always been extremely sweet and caring to me, always making sure I was doing well, even before we officially started dating. I love him like my own brother. Ethan is rude and always pushes me away because I'm a girl. He always yells at me not to come near the child. Only Max and the kids join us. Others are discouraged by Uncle Lead, Caleb's dad. We'll be allowed in the pool only after we do salads for starters. To be polite to him, Caleb and I grabbed salads and sat with them. Mark opened his phone and said he just received a message. He started reading it out loud, and my bridal party, and Caleb's cousins moved closer to him to hear it better. Kevin's wedding looked boring except for the leather and denim. They brought for his ship, Caleb, a particular outfit that included white knee-length boots, a leather skirt, and a denim shirt. I asked Mark not to read further. I had already hated it and made him delete it. This was Kevin's idea, and we should have met him and his partner Josh Peter that night. Seth and Nora went to catch up with some friends. I said dads were becoming true legendary men. Mark laughed and said I shouldn't come here and fool around with boys. I pushed him in and followed him. Dad and Caleb fought off troublemakers while Max and Ethan dived underwater and pulled Mom and me in, giving us our first crazy life underwater photo shoot. We had a lot of fun. After lunch, Dad and Mark took a rest while Mom, Mark's partner, and I went to my bridal party's rooms to have a grand bachelorette party. It was all girls, and we enjoyed it. Mark joined in the fun later when all of us had gotten high. He was going sober to drive everyone home. At some point, Mom got high and started saying a dress she always wanted to wear for her wedding was beautiful. I asked her why she hadn't. She said she hadn't found her dream clothes back in her day, and this wasn't there in her mind. Dad came and told her she'd get it. I went to make her a comfortable pressed cool drink, and Mark followed me to press Mom to tell the dream dress design. I asked him to stop bugging her for the elaboration and design. I told him the design and all that. He connected a bad teacher song, colored and designed the dress, and blocked me for all the trauma. I shared that Mark, Kyle's photographer buddy, would be taking the photos. The dream gown was black lace see-through with sleeves down to below the knee, a long white skirt, and white and silver glitz. Mark went to town shopping to give my mother the fairy tale wedding she had always wanted. If Nora is the best friend who ever existed, my brother is the luckiest person on this planet. My brother got money to give Mom that day while Bro and I were fetching groceries. This was the sweetest moment. Buddy, Caleb's partner, was naked at the bachelorette party, leaving pool water all over the wooden floor in his skirt and shoes. Mom and Mark yelled that they would die from embarrassment, blaming Mark. We were all rolling on the ground laughing while Mom was actually shouting, thinking it could knock someone's ankle off. Soon after the party, Caleb and I kissed my parents as they ran in, disappointed, and my bridal party had fun. Caleb gave gifts to everyone and helped me plan the party. The wedding ceremony was beautiful. Grandma couldn't make it because her roommate broke her leg. Grandma called me all teary-eyed. I hated myself for arguing with Grandma over discipline and studying. She told me I did everything right. I loved everything about it. Mom and Dad alleviated the displeasure my brother gave me and made Caleb's relatives love me immediately. I was accepted into the family. Mark, Grandma, my brother, and Caleb's brothers gave speeches that honored me. Mark showed Caleb and his family photos of me as a kid in 3 ways. One ugly picture that made me look like Doc Brown from Back to the Future, and another while I was naked but wrapping a towel around my nakedness. This traumatized my husband grossly. We enjoyed our first night in the bridal suite like anyone with bottles all over the room while we slept on the bed because we were tired and thankfully didn't knock the room's stalactite off. Caleb isn't the epitome of a legendary man his brothers are. He slept so much that I snuggled beside him and drifted to sleep because he enjoys every bit of my dreaming. We were in love and made for each other. As much as I loved Nora and Seth, they had ruined my last relationship. I felt the guilt of loving him at that moment because Nora turned out to be a terrible friend. She bailed on Seth at the last moment when she realized Caleb was a good guy. She told me not to marry him. They set Caleb and me up only to humiliate him. I pointed out to everybody at the wedding that they had always felt like uninvited guests. I just didn't expect or imagine this. The joy I felt from being in love and happy, soaking all of it in, ruined everything and destroyed it all. Caleb will never make me suffer like John did or make me feel undeserving. He roared, reminding me how Nora called him names to his face. I blamed myself for treating Nora well after she ruined my relationship with an amazing person. Caleb wanted to pay off Nora's loan not for gratitude but because he was genuinely kind. She got her salary and gave them $200 back. I was dumb enough to argue and then make excuses. Read the full story here. What304 on social media. Clear subscribe on TikTok and Instagram. And Dear Diary with social media. I invited my estranged father to my graduation, and now my mom's furious. She called me a naive little girl and wants my dad to pay off my student loans. I, 22, graduated last month, and my mom, Carla, and dad, Jim, are divorced and live in different states. I lived with my mom growing up but stopped talking to my dad when I was 10 because my mom called him a loser and kept me away from him. Last week I visited my grandparents, my dad's parents, in preparation for my graduation ceremony. When my dad showed up, he told me he wanted to attend my graduation ceremony. I was surprised and hesitant since I'd never spoken to him after Mom cut him out of my life. He said he had watched my soccer games and graduations through videos that Mom sent my grandparents. Knowing how little they saw me, I knew Mom still rubbed that in their faces. I had my grandparents reach out to Dad to take me to my college, knowing my dad had financial difficulties. It was not easy for him to fly to my graduation when my budget was between $100 and $200, especially since the college was XX state away. He didn't let me know that. It was only when he picked me up that he told me he had to work an extra weekend to afford that and a gift. The daily car rental costs ate into his initial budget, which meant I would have to compromise on birthday and Christmas gifts in the future. I felt his effort was worth it, and Dad also apologetically explained to me that since his job remained on full-time work status due to financial limitations, he couldn't ask for leave. We were lucky that he managed to negotiate 2 unpaid leaves to be there for my ceremony and spend some time with me. I told him it was fine and that I understood. In the days leading up to my graduation ceremony, he improved his financial forecast and managed to show up for the graduation party my mom and I were throwing. He also revealed that the gift he wanted to give me, a laptop that would have set him back $800, nearly matching my college fund amount, was only available in the city XXXX, and that he had to pay approximately $200 on gas to get it. This meant I couldn't keep asking for birthday or Christmas gifts. Once again, I felt he had made enough financial sacrifices to be there with me, and no matter how much my mom had tried to tell me he didn't care for me, I saw through that. After this, we went back to my grandparents' house. He revealed he didn't have gifts for my mom because he made sacrifices to spend time with me, cover my expenses, travel costs, or gifts. The least I could have done was cover Mom's gift costs as gratitude for granting him visitation. When Dad was dropping me off at my house, he asked my mom if she was upset since he'd seen her upset in the function hall. Mom told him not to worry about her, but Dad insisted she tell him if she needed to make amends. While getting the laptop, my dad tried to pay for my mom's shoes since she liked them, but Mom was angry and insisted he was trying to win her back by behaving like an adult. Anyway, she picked them out herself. My dad tried to tell Mom I hadn't asked him to pay for the shoes, but Mom told him not to lie to protect himself. Adding fuel to the fire was that Dad, Grandpa, and I wanted a food truck with healthy food options, unlike what my mom wanted. My dad and I had decided on nachos, corn dogs, and ice cream for post-session snacks, which my mom had agreed to. That's what happened. She accused me of trying to hurt her on purpose and claimed I was a bad daughter. I was hurt, so to get back at Mom, my dad, my grandparents, and I only watched soccer, wrestling, football, and Mr. Beast on YouTube. Dad has now received death threats from multiple family members because a tradie on the job site who saw my grandfather showed his pregnant girlfriend and co-workers and got into an accident, blaming my grandfather for my mother's unhappiness. My grandparents want me to reach out to my mom and siblings, but my siblings sent me a meme depicting my dad's family and my paternal maid's family visiting while theirs weren't invited, my mom's family. I feel sorry for my dad that his family is being tormented while he tries to get to know me. The support he gave me was everything I ever wanted. So am I wrong to reach out to my dad, who made sacrifices to attend my graduation ceremony? As for an update, my dad's family isn't wealthy and he lives alone. He can't afford to fix whatever the tradies broke or pay bribes. His boss told the site manager that my dad could try showing up with security, but the tradies and their family are prepared to argue with self-defense and throw whatever else they can at my dad, like car damage or hospital bills. He was off work for 3 days. It's not the first time my dad's family has faced trouble in the past, but it's definitely the worst and most recent. I, 22, invited my dad, Jim, to my graduation ceremony. My mom, Carla, prevented me from speaking to him until I was 10. I grew up with my mom after she and dad divorced when I was 2. She called dad a loser and poor enough that I believed that until I started talking to him. Tradies are blaming my dad's family and specifically targeting my grandfather, who took me in after dad because my mom accused him of stealing her granddaughter. My mom didn't send that text but only told them not to trust anything my dad says. My mother won't apologize to my grandparents and demands my dad pay her. My dad isn't even sure he can use those leaves. He was screaming at my mother to apologize and has been asked by his co-workers, with my mother's accent over the phone, not to talk to them, face sagging in sudden disbelief at their actions. My grandparents, who have given my mom what seems to be half the utensils in her house, have been considering moving but are bound by the lease. I want to protect dad and his family from my mother's distorted reality. None of us can contact the tradies union or prove that my grandfather is not involved. As for the second update, my dad brought me a laptop worth $3,000, along with beauty shoes and perfume for school. None of us can prove my grandfather's set of dad-owned items. My dad's business uses his business phone. My dad will be fired from the union if he goes unvisited. The traditional family IKEA dining set was dad's. Mom is screaming at dad to pay her back, insisting that he be a traditional man and cover her expenses. My grandparents, who took the dining set, have sold it, along with my dad's business phone, to pay the tradies. Dad is still fired. My brother refused to support me when I needed him, but now he wants my help planning his wedding to the very girl who laughed at me during my worst moments. So I'm cutting him off. I, a 32-year-old female, am the oldest of my 2 younger brothers. I'm going to skip my backstory, but you can imagine a toxic household with little to no emotional support, and a lot of favoritism towards my youngest brother, Jay, who is 25. My second brother, R, is 27. I often use the same sentence to describe them both, as I have nothing good to say about either of them. My dad left when we were young because apparently our mother was too much to bear. My dad was no saint either, as he neglected me and my second brother. I've been the one to raise both these boys, while my mother belittled me to the point that I was nearly always depressed, relying on the boys more and more. By the time I was 18 years old, I was a single mom to 2 boys. I wanted to go to college and have a career for myself, but life was not very fair. Whenever I got a little bit of time for myself, I still had to look out for my brothers, which included doing their laundry, cooking for them, picking out their groceries, running them around town, and much more. They would make excuses, claiming that because they were younger, they didn't have to do any work for me. I remember one day when I was depressed and laid in bed doing absolutely nothing. R, who was only 16 at the time, brought me a glass of cold water and said I had completed my task for the day. Around that time, I ended up pregnant. Yes, I was naive enough to not think I would get knocked up by my now ex-boyfriend, but that's in the past. My ex bailed, so here I was, a single mom to another baby while also looking out for my older sons. R ended up getting a girlfriend while Jay, who should have been in college, also found his girlfriend. Both of my brothers told me that I would have to look after their girlfriends, as they were honorary family members. The girls came from poor families and couldn't afford much, so out of kindness, I did what I could since they looked out for my brothers. R and J would provide the bare minimum of help, saying that looking after their beloved girlfriends was a higher priority than looking after their first family. I got into arguments with R about whether it was fair for his girlfriend to expect me to look after her, doing her laundry while she stayed with us, making meals for them, and taking care of her medical needs when she could easily access her mother for such things. Whenever I was busy working and looking after my infant daughter, which also included babysitting both my brothers at that age, R would get upset and say that I was an awful sister to him and that if it weren't for him, my daughter would be without a lot of things. That was just one of many incidents. His girlfriend would laugh at me and join in with him, claiming that I was a notorious liar for always saying I was involved, but received nothing good from my family, and questioning why I didn't believe in God, who could help me if I did. These two-faced people took me for granted. Later, when I needed help, my dad got knocked down by a car and was left paralyzed. Both of my brothers pressured me to take care of him, acting as if he had raised and looked out for us. I eventually gave in because I didn't want him to die, and besides him, I had no one else to care for. I quit my accounting job since it was unfair for my manager to have to constantly give me leave to care for him while my brothers didn't miss a single session at the university. I once asked if they could take turns looking after him because they knew when my job would end. However, they had more important things to do. R was a model and into fashion photography, while Jay was studying and working part-time at a restaurant as a cook. They were both quite involved with their young girlfriends as well, so they rarely visited him. This left me to visit him daily, and if I missed even one visit for any reason, regardless of how valid it was, I'd be the one to face their consequences. I would listen to my manager scold me about how unfair it was to hire someone who was always asking for leave, while I was still taking up 4 hours a day to care for my dad, and he would go on about the same complaints repeatedly. If there were things I wanted for my daughter like toys, food, or even medical care, as she had many skin issues at the age of 4, everyone would just say, "Ask him." My dad would give her anything she wanted. Now, I was not a materialistic woman for my daughter, but I wanted to be a part of that too. Even my daughter would say, "My grandpa got this for me, and I love him so much." She didn't know how guilty I felt being a mom, who, despite my best efforts, couldn't give her everything. My dad was giving whatever he could, some of which he borrowed and never returned. After 2 years, I was no longer able to continue my job, and I had to look for something else. However, I managed to buy a dilapidated house in a bad neighborhood. You can imagine how living with my dad turned out. He would get drunk and violent, often forgetting who was actually taking care of him, so I moved out. After that, I somehow landed a job at a multinational company that paid me much more than I expected and required less work, with weekends off. I would still have to do overtime, but it was worth it for my goals. I still live in a bad neighborhood because of my past issues. When I got that promotion, I told my brothers that I wouldn't have to visit my dad as often now, and I could give them a lot of money from my visits if they wanted. They whined and argued, claiming it was unfair for them to continue taking care of him, saying that sitting in a cubicle surrounded by people wouldn't allow me to understand the pressure they faced and how I'd quit so many good jobs and had been fired from multiple positions for taking leave. This complaint resurfaced when Jay had his wisdom teeth removed, and I had to take leave to care for him, ensuring he could eat and attend to his medical needs, as he wanted to participate in more modeling shoots. R, meanwhile, was driving around town in an S-Class block SUV taking his girlfriend shopping. I'm getting sidetracked, but after that incident, that was the final straw for my relationship with my dad. I cut off contact with him, even though he attempted to reach out by sending me gifts. I'm not heartless. Either R and J would tell me how he cried himself to sleep after seeing me break away because I left him. But I felt the same way when my girl would wet her bed because she lacked proper emotional support, even though her grandpa got her whatever she wanted. It breaks my heart to see her use a toy that came from my dad. Yes, I know I seem heartless towards the men who made me who I am today, as I am actually stable and debt-free. However, as a single mom of 2 who didn't finish college while also raising 2 brothers, I not only ran into debts, but had severe loans to pay off for my house and my daughter's daycare. It was all expensive. I did not look out for them. They could have easily drowned during those years. Excuse my writing. The right people don't need any more explanation on why I did what I did. The right people will understand. Out of spite, my girl, because she can be a handful, burned my copy of our girlfriend's engagement invitation that Jay, his best man, meant to share with me. Now I've had enough. Her better dad will mean to oversee everything, including this application for money, etc. I got a call from ours girlfriend, which seemed to catch fire and burn on her mom's porch. That's when they thought they could trust me with the planning. What the actual hell? Due to Jay, who was on the phone, but it indicated something entirely different thanks to his spiteful girlfriend. Oh, I'm sorry, it was hot and burned, so I couldn't recover what was lost. My girl is right. I don't want to be associated with them. R then called, writing like a little felon that he would consider my actions, implying that I might destroy my computer. Then, about whatever birthday or Christmas cards containing money, he demanded I return the money. I need to meet him because he wanted to treat me, but honestly they don't consider me, so I don't care about them. Would I be the asshole for breaking my old computer just to send the money back? Update: I didn't want to pay energy charges, so I disconnected my power connection. It costs a lot to keep it running when I won't be using it. My girl basically tells them off and curses at them using various derogatory terms. It's a lot of language and I do check her, but it's nothing serious. Just yesterday she said, "Oh great, my bad. Enough. All you ears tell me that you know, even my first name Hannah Banana, are nothing. That's it." My girl is my everything. When I read comments at the bottom talking about me, that's the past. It should remain in the past when you weren't even half of yourself until I came and kissed you. And now you want to meet up and mock. She's awful, there's nothing good that's been said or done. At least I get some credit from her. I deserve it. Thanks but no thanks. Update 2. My girl is my everything. Would I be sacrificing my job for her when she's a girl in her mid-teens or college? And should I not be killed by friends? Yes. So whoever discusses this further will be turned away. Okay, whatever and whoever I choose to sleep with at night is none of your damned concern. Over and out. Thank you for your opinions. But Jay taking her ring meant just to keep the show going because she said I didn't raise her enough. Something had to come to an end. The ring show came her way. No, treat me right, my baby calls those who are rotten. You think you are my Holy Spirit to teach blessings. Don't come whining I am sinful. My church doesn't need you. About my energy connection, it was high, and it already canceled out socioeconomic issues, so nothing would come of it. My comments on the new baby are not like them. At least my girl didn't mock you. Well, don't come whining here again. I'm going to look out for those who need me. Oh, my baby, do call me there. Update 3. No, my girl burned those too, but it's been like a useless machine. It's useless, without a doubt, so useless that I'm sure something can be done to recover the document. But my girl is my girl. She is not one of those. She prays to be treated right, and she knows her daddy would be furious about this situation. And to the holy lady, look for your own ons. Oh, the sect, do right, baby. Bless you, cuckoo. Never mind, my girl. Update 4. Oh, baby, I think the admin would ban me. Yeah, sure. I'd run an alternate account. Love and baby blessings would pass unnoticed. Monkey, visits should bring happiness. I do think about it, blessing-wise. Update 5. Well, my main account has been long past, but it's been going alone. So never mind, admin. Just ban me already, don't be getting gibbous. Those are the best people. I caught my best friend's husband cheating, and now she's blaming me for ruining her marriage. I, a 28-year-old female, have been dating my boyfriend, a 30-year-old male, for almost 4 years. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me. We met playing trivia at a bar, where he walked over and asked me if my 80s hair band team had a better name than the one we had picked. The next day, I found a replica of the guitar from the Guitar Hero video game on my patio. I loved it so much that I had to call the number on the tag to thank him. We ended up talking for hours. Our families knew each other when he lived here as a kid, and his mom moved back here after his stepdad passed. We play trivia a couple of times a week to reminisce about when we met. I have a best friend from childhood named Karen, also 28. We were in diapers together. We'd go to each other's houses a lot and burn our stuffed animals together. We've been very close since birth. Our dads were friends before either of us were born. Karen and I went to school together from kindergarten through high school, but we met our freshman year at an all-girls school when her mom moved here and enrolled her. We took tap, jazz, and ballet together until our teens, and our moms are still knitting buddies. Karen and I were also roommates post-college for 3 years. I love her like family. About 6 months ago, shortly before my birthday, Karen contacted me, asking to meet up and talk. She's been married to her husband, Daniel, a 31-year-old male, for just over 3 years. They got together in high school but broke up for years during college. When they married, she moved closer to work. It's a ride, but it's a good highway with little traffic. He was born, raised, and still lives in their high school town. I always thought it was very old-fashioned to live separately after marriage, but I figured maybe that's what they wanted. She started talking about how he'd been acting cold lately, and that they weren't spending as much time together. I was annoyed because I didn't know we were still on the same page about her feelings. I had never liked him. He was cold, rarely said much, and when he did, it was often smart-ass. I never liked the way he looked at other women or made comments to me in front of them. He was very two-faced, as she would call it. One second, Karen would tell me something he did that frustrated her, and the next, he was super welcoming and investing all his time in being around me. Now, both she and I are women. If he cheated, she would see it anyway. Why would she ask me to help but keep me in the dark? So I went to visit a friend in another state for about 4 weeks. Daniel hates driving, and their high school town is off the beaten path. There are no buses, Ubers, or anything. You have to have a car, so they didn't come. I got back around the time of my birthday, and they were organizing a big celebration for me. I had planned to stay with my boyfriend at his apartment and have his mom do something at home, since my family never really made a big deal of things, and I was trying to avoid that. During the whole day event, his mom suggested she wanted him to move back here. After hours of celebrating turning 30, Karen and Daniel got me. He joked about moving and starting a family because I'm not getting any younger. I politely shot that down. Karen and Daniel ended up fighting in the restaurant restroom. When we got home, my boyfriend was getting ready for work, and my roommate was annoyed they had made such a big deal over my birthday, especially since I was leaving. Daniel's comments were the last straw. I said, I don't like him. You know that. If they're our age, I doubt she really wants kids yet, and it's still 5 years if she wants to go to school, or 6 if she's really set on it. She said she knew and was just mad that he kept guilting her about how quickly her period returned. They have a daughter who is 9 months old. The next day at work, I started getting more and more notices that Daniel had put me on their call list for emergencies and other matters. One day I returned from lunch to find him in my office with a man. He didn't say anything to me, so I left for several days. When I came back, Karen was sitting on the desk chatting. I tried to get around her with the work I was doing, and she just turned around, looked at me, and snapped. Out of my way. I had had enough. I said bye Spice and left. Karen ended up owing a favor to a mischievous girl with a knack for programming, who broke into a cell phone. When I found out that she had it and received a lot of upset messages from Karen along with screenshots, I was livid. Most infuriating were the screenshots of him bad-mouthing us. I felt sick, especially since he continued to talk down to our coworkers. She sent one of those evil emoji hearts we all loved in middle school before her daughter was born in a simple message, can't. I sent back, but she's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I ended up reading Daniel's phone. Whenever I tried to call or received a call that went to voicemail, it was about Karen not worrying about him. He openly made comments to women about what they were wearing. I don't know about other people, but if a guy pointed out the color of my underwear to me in front of my boss, I would think that was something way more than two-faced. A week later, I told her what I found, and I explained why. I initially checked his phone while they were at work so it wouldn't interrupt him. Karen then deactivated her social media without contacting me about anything, even though I had her number. Her friend from the other all-girls school contacted me to discuss it with her. This friend and I are now friends, and her daughter is my goddaughter. It was very uncomfortable, and Karen was pretty salty throughout the whole engagement. A week later, she came to my apartment to talk, and I explained that I had the right to check his phone since he had given me permission in the past. This made his method seem weird. She had hacked it since her sister had done it on my phone. She read his phone, and her sister confirmed that my reasoning was sound. In fact, she told me I was a doormat who believed his manipulation to protect him, and then went to spend the day with other people. I had literally taken the day off to spend it with her. Karen called me just hours later to accuse me of manipulating the situation. I asked if it bothered her that he didn't want children, and she went silent. She rambled a bit about needing a test, but my soon-to-be niece would likely pass. She has already damaged her relationship, which consistently flows back to Karen home. I understand that if someone is bred to fulfill a specific purpose, when that purpose is over, it's hard for them to find their place elsewhere and get a kid attached. It's like putting a puppy to sleep, taking off its collar, and explaining it to a toddler. Meanwhile, during her time off, Karen went to California with some of his high school friends, who she knew were in on it. My wife's childhood friend keeps pushing boundaries, and I've had enough. For context, my wife Ava, 34F, and I, 35M, have known her childhood friend, Lisa, 35FF, for almost 9 years now. Although I appreciate Lisa's role in Ava's life, I'm increasingly weirded out by some of her recent behavior. Lisa has always been overly affectionate towards everyone. She's the kind of person who hugs, kisses, and compliments without a second thought. When I met her during my introductory dinner at Ava's house, she was wearing a low-cut dress and kept yelling, "Oh my God," while staring at my crotch. In front of my parents, she said, "If I were taller, I'd pick you up and fuck you right here, Will." She then gave me a peck on my lips and cheek. I smiled awkwardly while using my napkin to wipe my lips. My mom remarked, "Wow, these are some big balls my son kept talking about," while my dad looked annoyed and kept urging me to eat his mashed potatoes. My wife's 3 younger sisters were totally uninterested. They spent the whole time on their phones. Lisa's sister chimed in, asking me thick or skinny. Lisa then replied, "Nice and thick." "Look at that ass." She got up, slapped me on the ass, and sat back down. I wanted to die. Overall, it was a very awkward dinner experience. My parents were visiting for my younger brother's wedding, and they thought it would be a good idea to go out for an early dinner. What they apparently didn't realize was that they had invited my wife and her friends as well. Ava showed up with her posse, and Lisa couldn't stop telling everyone at the table, "Oh my God, when Will and Ava met, she wanted to steal him from me." My wife interjected, saying, "Hush, Lisa, that's not true." I added, "Sorry, I was having a moment with your sister, Lisa." Then, Lisa screamed at the top of her lungs. My Will was so crazy. She recounted alternate moments that never actually happened. Eventually, my wife had to tell her, "That's not what happened. Just hush for a while. But I've got a headache and don't feel like fighting right now." When asked if she was okay, my wife said she was fine, just wanting to leave. My dad finished his beer and, as if he thought someone in the restaurant could hear him, muttered, "Pray to God this dinner is on her." Later, he told me, "The girl seems unhinged, and I don't want to see anybody this angry and wailing at the top of their lungs, consuming my blood. I can see why you love them so much." They hadn't met Lisa and her sisters before, but I suppose they could see how much they meant to me simply by observing us together. My mom was crazy about Ava, swinging her around like in the movie The Sound of Music. Even now, she swoons over those times. She advised me that I should settle down with Ava before her sisters stole the spotlight. Ava's sisters were more like wild, carefree friends who threw back strong shots as they partied in town without a worry. They were estimated to be around ages 20 to 22, and they were hell-bent on ordering even more drinks. My parents and I had a cozy conversation about everything other than work and relationships. My mom thought it was a good idea to invite my wife and her friends to stay with them until her parents returned from their trip to Nashville the following weekend. My wife agreed and left with her friends. My parents asked me if I was genuinely into my wife and whether I would stay with her long term. I told them yes. They then went to meet these ladies, but afterwards seemed unsure about them. They asked for recommendations regarding my wife and suggested several notable alternatives. I was furious. On the way home, they apologized and I pointed out the tree where I wanted to be dropped off because I felt like I morally didn't exist anymore. They told me I could become good friends with those ladies. My mom shared that she was into similar stuff in her 30s, emphasizing that she'd never do anything behind my dad's back. To be honest, she could take it or leave it, but she knows that's not my cup of tea. It's a bit offensive, but I don't judge people who act that way out of love and care. I apologized profusely and begged to be taken home, but they insisted on indulging in murder dessert ice cream before that. My dad paid for that awful dinner through which he had to scream several times. I covered the cost of the ice cream because for me, it's all about the small wins. Now, getting back to where I started, Lisa and my parents took a liking to each other. They hit it off, rolling cigars in the sun and hanging out in the evening. Wherever we went, especially with my family around, Lisa would sit on anyone's lap and rudely tell me to sit down. Alva got mad at her, but Lisa insisted that my wife should sit on my lap and asked me to seize the opportunity. My wife shot her a dirty look, and Lisa quickly apologized. My mom warned Lisa that this time I was Mama's baby and not to push it. My youngest sister, who was 30, got offended when Lisa asked her if she wanted to share a cigar, saying that if she kissed me so freely, she should be just as open. She left, exclaiming that they were all my cousins. I told my mother almost every day, "You're lucky to have such an amazing daughter." All the crazy women began taking pictures and videos, laughing hysterically together. My dad told me that if Lisa kept asking me to sit on her lap, I could pay her off. They are returning after a week, but I'm considering that tree by the sidewalk and asking them not to break up a good family. Meanwhile, Ava told me that Lisa thinks I'm hot, and they want to police their hot younger sister with me. Ava has been socializing with them a lot, going on short trips every other week, girls' nights, weekend dinners, and sleepovers. When she's with them, she sends me pictures of her in short clothes or takes bathroom selfies, often with Lisa. Last night, after drinking 10 beers, she said, "If All Ing's sister stands me up at the altar, I have to take at least 2 of them, one on my lap and one on my shoulder." I didn't like it and told her to remember when folks danced in the streets with their wives on their shoulders and kids on their laps. She replied that she knows I'm a soccer player and won't have trouble doing that. I told her to sleep it off because I found it ill-fitting. She jokingly said that if I didn't be a sport, I wouldn't get to hook up with anyone but her for the rest of my life. Of course, she was kidding, but my drunken self decided to get rough. She was apologetic in the morning. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, and it just gets crazier each year. I don't want to imprison her. I trust my wife, but there are moments I simply can't get over. Like when a colleague of hers with those mischievous eyes kept asking me if I wanted to hold her baby. I was babysitting my niece because my wife had told me the baby's dad was bad and suggested I set up some encounter with him. I'm terrible at that kind of thing, and my wife knew it. I pulled my wife aside and asked if that was really happening. She slapped my face and walked away. When Lisa saw it, she remarked that Ava was into crime shows or something. I was devastated, and while others laughed, my mom left for home. My dad wanted to talk to me, but I told him I'd call him once his pulse normalized. This triggered an incident in my mind I didn't want to associate with, and let's just say I did things with Lisa that I shouldn't have. When we were just friends, Lisa was unhappy in a relationship while I was single and secretly in love with her. I got past it, but I think she's never truly gotten over it. This is a touchy and personal matter. My wife doesn't understand, and honestly, I cannot tell her about it. I would literally do anything for her, but when it comes to Lisa, I pretend she doesn't exist. Lisa once called me an cis-identifier when I was doing business with her dad, who, despite being blind, was a wonderful man. I was with her at a games event, an obscure outdoor event where we traded goods with tradesmen from all over the country for her dad. At that time I was dating my wife and Lisa was with me. She offered me sex if I could procure some precious stones that were identifiable only to me. She and her mom were pleading and stroking my arm, but I forced myself out of it. When she invited me for a lap dance, my wife went to the bathroom. I told Ava about the sexual offer, and she ended up fighting with Lisa and her sisters. I didn't divulge anything more since my wife hadn't invited them. I had. I messed up, and I don't think Lisa is good or bad. Things just are as they are, and she will be who she is. I don't have much to ask other than to clarify if I'm not seeing her properly. I know you might think it's unfair to my wife, but it doesn't mean I want Lisa to go away. That's not accurate, because she keeps her distance, and I was the one who brought them all together. I've met Lisa before, and presumably, everyone, yes, family and friends are protective of their women. I'm the only one who hugs and kisses freely without fear of reprisal. My wife was very weirded out at first, and even broke up with Lisa for a while, but I didn't take her back. But one event, that's it. My lie detector has broken down and become wavy. I don't know why, but I'm exhausted from not trusting people. I can't wipe away the residual feeling of mistrust before I'm trusted. I don't know Lisa very well. She just seems to share personal stories, which feels insignificant. I'm questioning what that means. I see my people are having the time of their lives, and they all love each other so much. Without me, they likely wouldn't have existed or known one another. They know I'm a good husband. I question Lisa's interactions with my people. Yes, she's always around them, but my people aren't always together. Yes, she mingles, but only when I push them to connect. My parents visited me and gave me the face of shame. They were not young partygoers, they were having fun themselves, while my parents just offered to pay. I'm not sure if I know too much about Lisa personally. My mom chose her new boyfriend over me, but now she wants my support as she lays dying from cancer. I'm a 25-year-old man, and my dad died when I was 12. When my father died, I lost my dad, but my mom lost her husband. She was a basket case for the next 2 years. It pretty much wiped out all the savings and life insurance they had. My dad was only 37 when he had a heart attack and died. He and my mom got married when she was 33 and had me when she was 34. He was set savings-wise for retirement, but not necessarily for what would happen in the event of his death. He inherited a couple of thousand from his parents when they died, which I guess my mom figured she would inherit when he died. So she didn't have anything of her own except for her savings plans for retirement, and when he died, she withdrew some of it, which was against the plan rules. This meant she would have to pay huge penalties or would have very little left for herself by the time she was 65. I was only 12 at the time, and obviously I didn't know any of this. But I do know that things were tight back then. I understand why she shielded me from the difficulties we were facing, and I'm grateful for that. But even then, I knew we were struggling financially. To avoid making the whole post about my past, for the next 2 years, we didn't have much in the way of comforts, except for food and rent. We managed bills, clothes, and some money for school, but other things like stationery, shoes, and dresses were all used sparingly. Fortunately, my dad had a second-hand clothes store, and my mom worked there, so we always had clothes of sorts. They weren't the best, but they got me through school. It was an outlet kind of thing. My dad liked to buy silicone speakers, so his money was spent on his hobbies rather than saving. It was a financially comfortable income, roughly low middle class, not upper class, to be sure, but enough to provide for a sensible family. After my mom got through that period, when she was 15, she made an attempt to start again by getting back to work. She was only 42 at the time, but she wanted to salvage some of what she would have had for retirement. So she decided to make it on her own. However, she had to find her way back. She was never the same again, though. When you're 12 years old, you have a rough idea of things, but you're certainly not mentally equipped to be in a position where you're providing for your parent, especially when she needed emotional support, which she got from me. I also had my other sources of support, school friends and one or two relatives like some aunts and uncles. Nothing serious, just enough to get through to the next stage of life. Anyway, she found it really difficult to get over my dad, and for the next 3 years, our life together was incredibly hard. There were plenty of times when I thought we would have to leave the house and live in a relative's home. We got closer and closer to that all the time. I did whatever part-time work I could to make money, which helped me pay for food and bus fares to school. I even stole when I had to, just to help myself and my mom. It was a nightmare, but she had it worse because she was dealing with the loss of her husband, getting older, and suffering from the consequences of having made a mistake by leaving her job and choosing the family over herself. She should have thought of herself, but it was what she thought was best for all three of us, because she was pregnant at the time and should have been safeguarded in every aspect. However, being that it was 1988 or around then, there was no real support at the company where she worked. She had to work around the situation and hope to God they wouldn't lay her off like they had done with a couple of other female employees in the advanced stages of pregnancy. Unfortunately, she got laid off right near the end of her pregnancy and gave birth to me without any insurance or benefits from my dad. It wasn't the done thing for him to safeguard her in that manner. There was no life insurance, no benefits, nothing for me to rely on. It's a pity, and my feelings toward him are nothing but pure resentment, even though it all happened so long ago. There's nothing I can do about it, but for the past 28 years, I have felt resentment toward my dad for the way he left me, especially my mom. Aside from the little sympathy I have, it is offset by reams and reams of resentment for all the things I could have had, but didn't because he left us high and dry. For 28 years, my mom and I have lived under financial pressure. We couldn't do anything that cost money, no holidays, self-booked trips, or outings with my friends, because even the business my dad had left to my mom had to be sold 4 years after his death due to all the debts it incurred. So for the next 7 years after my dad's death, we had no money to do anything. We only had a roof over our heads, a lump sum of money my mom inherited when he died, and some money from the sale of the business that my mom used to pay off her debts and rent her own shop on the high street. She was a survivor, but I have no idea how she got through those days. I would hate to die, being my mom's only son, with my plans on my head, or worse, knowing that I had made plans to try and live and enjoy life with a different family that I had begun to forge on my own when she needed me the most. But I know one thing for sure. When I have a family of my own, I will definitely die and leave her to go off to far-off places, enjoying holidays, cruises, self-booked trips, or whatever. I won't have any thoughts or worries because I'll be gone, unable to follow through on anything due to the fact that I will be dead. Nothing will bother me. I will know only sleep made peaceful by knowing that I leave everything to those who remain, who really won't care one bit about me. That's how much I care about myself. I have to go on to tell you about other things. Well, this ended on a new start, and we were up and running, able to indulge ourselves just a tiny bit, but we hardly ever did. There was no money for fun overseas, hardly ever a bedtime story for me, or songs to sing. Forget about spending time together as a family, definitely forget about a family with lots of kids, cruises, or fun activities we could do together. I never had that, won't have it. And if I were to go on to have a family, I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted. I wouldn't be able to take them along with me, as I would most definitely be dead and able to care for no one or do anything. That's how much I will leave things for others to think about me. Right now, I work as a kindergarten teacher, and I don't make a whole lot of money. I can't afford health insurance, can't pay into a retirement scheme, and often struggle to fill the tank on the Chevy S10 that my mom and I are paying for together so that we can get around. And that's pressure, too. Moreover, I have to think about the fact that money won't be available for the future unless I find a way to earn my own, or acquire something of worth. When my mom left her job, she should have been able to secure a proper health insurance policy and a better retirement scheme. When I think of this, I feel strangely self-centered because if I had paid more attention back when she started anew, I could have made a go of starting out on my own in no time. This way, she wouldn't have had to struggle so much and wouldn't have had to depend on her old life. My older brother Clark, who was around 25 or 30, was a major company executive who could hire an accountant and visit her frequently during the week. He would spoil himself silly and boast about it, none of which he would have done if I had been living with him at home, holding a good job and pooling money together. One that could have supported not just me but my mom for 28 years. So I feel resentment toward him as well. It was Clark who became my mom's husband, and he had a few kids with her after I was born. For that reason, he thinks he can stand back and say that maybe in the future, if I want some contact with my own kids, I'll have to start all over again. It worries me to think that I will have to have enough cash lying around so that I can do anything I want in life. I have watched Clark as his life took form. When he summered in Europe, lounging on a pebble beach, being massaged by some woman, I realized just how far apart our lives had diverged. And so, when I see him living like that, it serves as a reminder of the resentment I feel not just towards him but also towards the man he represents and the circumstances that fueled this hot-blooded firestorm of deep emotions. I hope that I can one day call him when my mom calls him. Everyone tells me that being my mom's poet, her support and her rock while she battles cancer, which is spread throughout her body, is the right thing to do. I caught my sister-in-law going through my private things, and she acted like I was in the wrong, forcing my husband to pick her side. Now he refuses to tell her to stop, so I told him to move into her guest bedroom and see how he likes it. Hello everyone. I have a very messed up situation that started yesterday, so I want to share it here. I'm a 29-year-old female, 29F. My husband is 32, 32M. My brother is 36, 36M. My niece is 8, 8F. My sister-in-law, I'll just call her Mattress because I won't bother using her name, is 34, 34F. And I also have a niece and a nephew, both 6 years old, 6F and 6M. I come from a huge family on my dad's side, so I'll only mention those who are relevant. My father was one of 6 siblings, which resulted in a lot of cousins for me. We all grew up together since we lived a few blocks away from my maternal grandparents. My dad is one of 3 himself, so there's no shortage of family there either. We could have a full soccer team of people related to me. However, my dad and his siblings weren't as close to their paternal cousins as we were to our maternal cousins, since those family gatherings usually didn't include our cousins from dad's side. My dad was the youngest in his family and had a lot of fun growing up with his nieces and nephews, since most of them were around his age. Sadly, he lost his mother when he was 17, and his father followed when he was 28. He now keeps in touch with only 2 of his siblings and his 2 kids, my brother and me. My brother has a family of his own now, including his wife and 3 kids. My mother has bandaged it a bit because her family is larger than dad's. My brother and I are not that close to our high school age cousins because the 3 of us are much younger than the rest of them. However, I grew particularly close to a couple of them because they were really nice to me when I was a kid, and I've never had a bad experience with any of my cousins, even the ones we don't see anymore. Unfortunately, the rest of my brother's family gives off a very bad energy. The first incident was my fault for not paying attention, but everything after that was just weird. I've been married to my husband David for about 3 years after having dated for 2 years and known each other for 5. His family started giving me weird vibes when we got engaged, like they didn't want us to get married. His mom even tried to avoid my eyes when I was standing right next to her. His sister more or less ignores me but is extremely touchy with David and schools me on how to be a good wife to her brother. No one else really talks to me much, and I'm not one to keep pushing myself onto other people. It hurt at first, but I passed it off because I didn't want to spend the rest of my life with people who felt like strangers. I have a big family and always lived with that joy instead. I should have known that his family was going to be a problem, but I expected my husband to at least stick by my side. Quick description of my in-laws. A dad who was a D. A mom who was a bubble and a gold digger. A brother who was clueless as to what's happening. And a sister who was a mini copy of her mother and roots for her rambunctious and mischievous kids. David didn't tell me any of this before, but I got the idea that his mother forced him to keep it a secret from me. She was married to his father for over 25 years, and has been with her current boyfriend for 5 years now, but she won't be legally divorced until she gives up the alimony. I hope it's soon because I hate the woman. David is supposed to visit them this weekend, but I don't know if I want to go with him or not. I did visit them a few weekends ago, but his sister and her crazy kids weren't there. I already planned a 2-week vacation with my family in December 2023, around Christmas, which would coincide with their second visit. I'm not ready to go back into the lion's den. David's dad called him last night, asking him to look around for apartments, because his sister's older son raided their liquor cabinet and stole a couple of bottles to take to school. He's only 14, but people are starting to notice that he's a bit beyond his years, and his mother is turning a blind eye to everything he does, even praising him for it. I'm sick of that little brat, and once I'm done with my work, I'm never going back to my in-laws ever again. I love David, but part of his family makes my skin crawl. He's a huge mama's boy and has always loved his family, so it's extremely hard for me to convince him that they suck. I don't know if it's that, or if he's just blinded by love, but he is really doing his best to convince me otherwise. David's family is from the same town where his dad lives, so it feels like a second home for him, if not a first. He didn't visit them much after we started dating, but I used to get so jealous whenever his mom brought up her wicked daughter with her feral kids. He wouldn't visit them, so what changed? Edit 1. I neglected to mention that this incident took place at his dad's place. This came as a huge shock to me. Update 1. It's not been long, but here's what I can share. I told him to go stay with his family until he can decide whether he wants to stay there or at home with me. I don't know if I should be upset that he's playing along with this bullcrap or just glad that he's doing what she wants him to do. Either way, I need him to know that he can't make that decision without my input. I already contacted my father about this, and I can expect him over for an extended visit pretty soon. My brother passed away from cancer a year ago, leaving behind his wife and kids. His wife is Jewish and doesn't follow many of the customs and laws that my family does. She and her kids mostly spend the major holidays with her relatives, and I don't want to bother her with this. This will be my husband's last visit to David. He's engaging with the family I don't like. Unfortunately, this won't be close to his last interaction with them because they really lay on the guilt trips. Story 1. My ex-best friend is now dating my brother, and it's tearing my family apart. I, a 22-year-old female, have not spoken to my best friend, John, a 23-year-old male, since the day he started dating my brother's girlfriend, Ellie, a 25-year-old female. 4 years, 4 months, 2 days and counting. My mom says that I should just try speaking to him again to make up, but I really don't need to be friends with people who lie to me and hurt me. I'm considering just cutting Ellie off forever, but this situation hurts me a lot because I'll be with my mom or Ellie for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we'll hang out at my mom's place, etc. Mom thinks I need to reconcile or at least express my anger and hurt, while others think Ellie and John are narcissists and are just using me. I was in a car accident 4 months ago, in December, and they showed up before I got out of the hospital, staying with my mom for the entire duration I was there, telling her to persuade me to make up with them. Ellie's 24th birthday is in 2 weeks, and my parents are saying they want all of us to be there. Unfortunately, I don't want to go, but my dad is making me because he hates discord in the family and wants to avoid it. However, I'm considering not going. To explain things better, I am a 22-year-old college senior. I was supposed to graduate in May, but on the morning of December 12th, 2022, I flipped my car on the ice twice, rear-ending my mom's SUV. Mom was monitoring my location, so she was in the ER when I showed up. After I was checked, she took me home. Mom and I live across the street from my ex-best friend, John, who is also my brother Ellie's best friend. They grew up together. I'm only 2 years older than John, but Mom has known his mom for 20 years. They used to hang out at our house and play in our backyard quite often. John and I started hanging out when I was 10, and from then on, I considered us best friends. In junior high, when I was bullied, Ellie came to me publicly and tried to get my attention at the lunch table when the entire table was silent because I said no to Ellie getting one piece of a snack I brought. I have always had friends of all ages. Older kids and adults were usually my companions. I never trolled the younger kids. From then until I graduated high school, she was like a younger sister to me. Her friends were mainly older than she was. When she was 17 and in her senior year of high school, Mom was paying for her tuition to go to college a year early so she wouldn't have to be held back. When Mom said she didn't feel comfortable with Ellie staying over so often, and how Dad wouldn't like it, Ellie moved her things from college, which was about 3 hours away in Nashville, Tennessee, to our second guest bedroom. She was my roommate for 10 months. When I met her boyfriend, John, I told her at prom that I didn't think Ellie and I could remain friends. Since she was 17, she kept lying to me about how she was talking to Ellie about it behind my back. She would cover for him, clean up after him, etc. Sometimes she wouldn't let me share my truths, insisting that it was TMI to say how, when I was in college at 18, I was homeless for about a month because my college money didn't cover housing. This was partly because Ellie and Mom had me pay for things to help Ellie, whose cost of care was pretty high. Ellie was homeless for 2 months and didn't tell her parents until the last week. Steven, John's younger brother, was furious when he scratched my car with a baseball bat out of frustration. Ellie told me I shouldn't be bothered because he was just a growing boy, and it wasn't a big deal. I had previously had items stolen from my front garage when I would get in or out of my house to get to and from work. Steven said Ellie told him she was breaking up with him, and Dad said John was just acting. After Ellie, 7, and her brother, Steven, 10, moved in next door when I was 11, John and I were friends on and off for a few years. Steven didn't like me, but his parents and John never told him to act that way. John often stayed over and noticed my bruises whenever I was on timeout. Dad doesn't do that to me anymore, but he still does to John occasionally, saying that if I said yes one last time, that time his frog made no sense and was just an excuse. My brother was sweet and caring to me when I was young, and whenever our parents fought good fella style, to the point of Dad hitting things, Mom banned him from touching me. I locked myself in the bathroom, crying because during his immigration party, before Dad finalized and started paying child support, Dad wanted to beat my husband because he was carrying me, which was actually untrue. I'm trying therapy. When I brought up these issues, my therapist says not to dwell on them and just live my life, because nearly all my college friends are back home finding jobs in big cities. All of high school, including those who were supposed to be best friends, have become distant. I lost my college friendships after I lied and didn't truly connect in my sophomore year. I just think it hurts, because I see Ellie calling my brother sweet nicknames and wearing the necklace I made for her during her home birthday celebration while I'm at the bottom of the social ladder. My mom pushed me into the water point blank, exclaiming that all these people are just younger idiots. John and Ellie are 22 and 24 around their birthdays, though I'm not really convinced they are narcissists or using coping mechanisms, etc. If I were somehow an irreversibly numb soul who puts myself in harm's way over and over again, I don't know. Anyway, here's the post that started the fight. John made a post about how he and Ellie are starting a new YouTube channel where they'll be giving advice on polyamorous dating and discussing their relationship, etc. John has been, well, obnoxious, in the sense that he is more into Ellie now than he is into us. Ellie has also been a bit of a brat. Ellie's 24th birthday is approaching, and school was getting stressful for me. So I decided to devote 1 week of my free time to her. I made her a late birthday present, a necklace with a gold chain featuring a festive, limited edition Barbie in a ballerina dress pendant. She liked it whenever she would see it, but never wore it. I also included photos of us at the Colorado River during rafting trips in cheap frames, as well as embroidered pillows patterned after the curtains she had at home. A girly one, a floral one that matched the pillow pattern and curtain she had at home. I picked Ellie up from college the night before, and that weekend she was visiting Mom. I didn't have a table for her to take the gifts, so I left them all in her room when I visited her the weekend after. Stephen was her PC partner and invited me to go to Mom's house with them. She loved the gifts I gave her. She then heated dinner from the freezer, gave it to me, and took my presents back. I arrived home that night around 8 p.m., and while I was warming up dinner, I heard screeching and breaking things outside. It sounded like someone was vandalizing property. I ran outside to see that it was Stephen. He was throwing around about $1,300 worth of flowers, curtains, pillows, cheap frames, and the necklace all on the ground, while screaming in Spanish, hurling them left and right. He knew I was giving gifts to his sister and had no right to throw things outside like that. Before this, Stephen had been pretty average, just quiet with me and never raised his voice. Did he take his prescriptions, or was he still on a rampage from before? Stephen is on ADHD medication, so if he doesn't get what he wants, he screams and takes it out on things. I've been told by others that he even does this loudly at events when he feels deprived. Ellie says if I were to yawn or lift my arms, it's a trigger for him, point blank. I ran upstairs to my second-floor apartment and closed the door to escape the screams. I stared at the damage until around 12 a.m., then sped to Mom's house, trying to avoid the noise. I calmed Mom down, woke Ellie, and got them to cover for Stephen. We cleared out air mattresses, appliances, kitchen utensils I wasn't using, clothes, etc. A week later, I returned home. The only things insurance covered were the windows and front and back doors. I kept them locked, and they also covered pillows as they were bought items. Until then, I only had curtains as decoration. Mom and I were up when she had to go to work the next morning, and Ellie was still sleeping. I entered my house, owned by my ex-best friend, and couldn't enter due to a long story. She woke up and began saying I should just let Stephen be. I started screaming about how it didn't matter. He looked better than me anyway regarding the necklaces, curtains, pillows, and other ornaments, recklessly shouting because he was a growing boy. I don't remember everything, but she then told me she was just trying to help me move on. I didn't need to dwell on what the kids were doing because Stephen wasn't soft. John tried to separate us by hugging Ellie from behind, but she shoved him off. I called her spoiled and used offensive Spanish terms. John was like, "Oscar, stop," and everything began to spiral. Ellie then said some nonsense that if something isn't impulsive, everything just stopped. I reluctantly left around 5 a.m., all those bad feelings heavy in my chest, driving quietly through the dark streets, thinking about what to do. I lost $1,300 that I spent all of last year, and my longtime childhood best friend and brother, Ellie. I was crying in the snow. This was a quiet night with no one around, and it felt like a watch over me in front of a Walgreens. After a while, Mom called and told me it was a South Japanese city area, and that a large Japanese corporation had called, randomly, explaining that my things were not just trash. Somehow this felt like a big win against them. Mom said I shouldn't do anything because I'd done enough. I blocked them, and she said Dad shouldn't be mad. I haven't been going to therapy and I'm struggling with my mental health due to the remnants of past traumas. I feel like I'm just really anxious and stressed out because I lost my job 2 months ago and can't go back to college next semester due to university policy limitations on hours. I've only been with the company for about 3 months. I lost my job due to a ransomware attack on the building's server, which messed up the payroll system and my time card. My boss came in from home that same day and fired me and my colleague because he thought something inappropriate was happening, which I explained was false. I was dealing with a Western Union wire transfer. I ended up quitting because I was mad about not getting paid overtime, and some people in the regional office thought my explanation was a long-winded excuse. I need to be cautious about alcohol consumption, as Mom advises. Eat at 1. I have tried therapy and have been told by others that what I'm experiencing is due to past trauma. I'm also feeling overwhelmed because I lost my job and I can't go back to college due to policy changes. Story 2. I, a female 28 years old, have been in a long-term relationship for 3 months. My best friend's aunt slept with my boyfriend. I went no contact with my friend, and now I found out that my wider friend group is saying I'm the one to blame because of my fight with Ella. I, 28, have been dating my boyfriend Adam, but sometimes I feel small compared to the situation. Ella and I met in school when we were 16 and became best friends, but we have had an on and off friendship. Up until now, we were meant to celebrate our friendship's finality. I was Ella's first friend in school, while Adam and I only became friends at 18. We've known each other for about 9 years now. I have since found a true group of friends, slowly inching away from them. During a recent party, I got in touch with Dan and arranged for a ride. The night spiraled out of control, leading to me being in a relationship that ended 2 days after my first fight. The main issue is that Ella wore my dress without my permission, and then she slept with Adam, whom she had previously dated for 4 years. I realize this may not be something actionable, but they all deserve my silence because I just lost my friendship and all my friends because of them. Story 3. I am 22 and paid for my 5'8" best friend's 24-year-old grandmother's funeral costs, totaling $50,000, and lost it all before a dime date to replace jeans. My friend gave me a $40,000 ring that her dealer imported because of my aesthetic. I paid for my 5'8" look with money from my pockets, Martinez on ice, and treated everyone with fancy goods everywhere I went. I felt humiliated because she cheated on me around 10 times and held around 25 pounds of shame for her mistakes while expecting me to pay her bills. My family, unaware of all of this, lost around $100,000 in value due to some fraudulent transactions following her, and my financial situation spiraled out of control.